Yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? What's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello, hello. It's me. We're here, we're here, we're here. Bit of a later start today, but we're here nonetheless. Bit of a slower. Bit of a slower raid situation right now, but we are here. What's good, everybody? What's up, London? How goes it? What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys are chilling. Listen, it might be a slow time in raid, but we're here. We're here, we're here, we're here, we're here, we're here. Collab-less, fusionless raid. Nothing going on right now. Smile. Not a lot going on right now. Not a lot going on in the game right now. No No sort of collab, no sort of fusion, no sort of Titan event, nothing. Nothing going on. Just the He-Man collab, sort of, right? But I don't think the He-Man collab has really got any content to it, right? Let's switch over to in-game and take a look. That's not in-game, is it? Hold on. Boom! There it is. There it is, there it is. Boom. Okay. So in-game right now, what we got going on? I mean, we've got the summon event, but I don't know if you guys, I don't know about you guys, but pulling outside of a guaranteed event or like even a time limited event seems to be not the play. Snackbox made a really good video about this, right? Snackbox made a very good video about this, talking about how the meta has been shaped around champions. Wait, why is my camera so big? Hold on. Progressions are a scam. Ancients are pretty bad. I mean, the entire thing is pretty hard to get. I do feel like they should be guaranteed. But yeah, Snackbox made a really good video. They changed everything. He's talking about time limited or even collaboration champions, right? He talks about both. He talks about time limited champions and collaboration champions.
So somewhere along the way, Raid started releasing legendary champions throughout collabs that didn't just enter the meta, they started defining it.
So he talks about the bunch of different champions in the game. It's a really good video. He gives a bit of a history on like Odin and how strong he is. I don't really agree with how strong Snackbox thinks Odin is, but again, you know, that's not the point here. I have my own biases, but he really likes Odin, and he says, you know, obviously Odin is very, very good, which he is. I'm not saying he's not good. I just don't think he's that great. But yeah, he mentions how Odin was really, really good, but he compares Odin to Bayek. How Odin is a very strong champion, but he's still accessible. But champions like Predator and Bayek aren't, right? And that is, it makes the meta feel very sort of time gated, right? You either get them or you don't. And then after that, you can never get them again. Which we know that Plarium love doing FOMO, right? Plarium love doing FOMO, but this, even for them, is a, you know, a step further to where they've been. So he talks about Fatalis, how Fatalis is a solid champion, but people don't really, you know, utilize him correctly, which is probably true. Fatalis is pretty good. He's not bad. And then he talks about Queen of Hearts, again, talking about like the champions of a bygone era, not necessarily, but more so like clubs of a bygone era, right? So I think it was a really good video, and it ties into like whether people should be pulling now, or would you really even pull your shards outside of collaborations, right? Don't you just be saving your shards all the time? What's good, Warrior? Warrior Prince, what's good? So yeah, it was a pretty interesting video.
You got punished for overbuffing with like Siffy and all the
He talks about Queen of Hearts,
speed boosters, and she would cut in, okay? And then she would go with a, you know, buff removal or an ally attack, which is very strong. Also, she has a like I said, some people like him in PvP, but he never really became meta-defining or had a great impact on the meta. But then later on in 2025, we had a very, very important collab, and we had Predator, the Predator Badlands collab. And Predator was part of a champion pass, and probably the best $40 that I ever invested into this game. He has been one of my most picked champions in Live Arena throughout the last couple months since he got released. At first, people were very skeptical, me included, because a lot of CCs were testing him and said he's bad. But, you know, he ended up being one of the most picked Live Arena champions, Live Arena nukers, even at the top end, and rightfully so. And the reason for it is the evasion on his passive, right?
Yeah, Predator being incredibly strong is fairly common, but he does talk about like Bayek and how Bayek has like made everybody change their accounts, right? And the fact that you can never get Bayek at this point makes it a little bit bad for players, for new players joining the game, right? So I thought it was a really good video. I thought it was quite good. It's nice to hear from different opinions, right? About the sort of things that you also think about. Right, I know a lot of people have been going really hard. Like, if you guys see how many YouTube videos there is, like, how many YouTube videos there is for, like, I generally do this as a check. I'll do, like, Raid Shadow Legends and see what CCs are covering, right? And when I typed in Raid Shadow Legends to YouTube, like, this is what I see. I see opening for Vestel. I see Cruisin asking for a Vestel. Then we have Jedi pulling for Vestel. There's a lot of people pulling shards basically for this 15x, right? And Vestel's an incredible champion. Vestel is probably top 5 for non-voids for PvP, right? Like Vestel, Fabian, Galicia. What are the top? Maria. Who else? What are the top sort of picks for live arena? Oh, my backlog is dead. Is there any way we could probably check? I mean, no backlog for me, but the top live arena non-void picks. I'm trying to see. Not Harima anymore. I use Harima, and obviously not mythicals neither. Is there anyone? I can't think of anyone beside that. Everybody's just void apart from a few champions. It is pretty much void plus mythicals in live arena top end. People don't really pull people don't really use that many others. Let me see if I can spot one or two. Edward. I would say Edward is more so like top 10, not really top 3 or top 5. Who are the best arena PvP live arena champions Artor that aren't void? I'd say Galicia is definitely top 5. Galicia's top 5. Armand's used to be top 5, but not anymore with Mercurial. Yeah, I'm really struggling to put together a few champions. Freya, I would say probably like top 10. We fit in. Yo, what's good, Ritual? Yeah, all the non-voids feel pretty niche. Donnie, yeah, Donnie's probably Predator. Predator would be top 5. Yeah. So we're still being top of the non-voids. Nuka's probably, she's the best non-void Nuka. As far as I see it, she's really, really good. Astrea, what's good? Hello. Hope you're doing well. Are you pulling for her? No, I'm not pulling for her. I am not pulling for her. I don't have enough shots to pull for her. I said this the other day. The only way you should be pulling for Vestel is if you've got like 100 sacreds. Like it ain't happening, right? Like it's not a 2x sacred. You could go 20 sacreds without pulling a single legendary. So unless you're going to be pulling like 3 or 4 legendaries, like it ain't worth. The only time this becomes worth is when you start hitting a fair few legendaries. And I'm probably going to hit, like if I'm lucky, I'll hit 2. And at that point, it'll be a 20% chance, right? So yeah, not really something I'm excited for. Progressives just aren't that enticing, honestly. I think Vestel for me is probably one of my most wanted champions, but this is not the way to do it. He's gonna pull me, Vestel. Yeah, if you guys want me to pull for you guys and you guys are hopeful, we can do it, right? But I don't think I'm anywhere close to it. Benabo, what's good? What up? Welcome everybody, welcome to the stream. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys are having a good weekend so far. The big Saturday. The UK is beautiful. It's so warm today. It's like 30 degrees in the UK. So If you guys are here or if you guys are in Europe, I'm sure the weather's going to be pretty good there too. It's a lovely day. It is a lovely day. You know, it's a great day. Can you give me star stage? Sure. Let me give you my star stage. Here you go. Well, let me just drag him over into your account. Just, you know, just click and drop. Click and drop here. I'll just click and drop star stage into my chat, and that way everybody can have him. But yeah, I don't know. We need better summoning events. I know we have a lot of summoning events, but we don't have any good summoning events, right? The amount of summoning events we get is quite a bit. But do we truly get any good ones? Like, do we truly get good ones? Like, the guaranteed ones are good, but after that, even those are few and far between. Maybe like in a deck of fate, we get a guaranteed champion. I think the last time we got a good champion was the Hilvi, right? From Soul Summoning. Hilvi was a champion that was from Soul Summoning, and she was a really good champion. But again, that's been a while now, so it'd be nice to see what the next one is. All right, I got some news to share with you guys as well. Here we go. Boom. What are we saying? Fabian, Predator, Maria, Hilvi, Donny, Galicia, Vestel. I'd probably take Hilvi out of there now. I don't think Hilvi belongs in the top 5. Fabian, Predator, Maria, Galicia, Vestel. I'd say Hilvi and Donny both I'll take out of there. I wouldn't put them in the top 5. In top 10, right? You've given 7 champions, and those 7 champions are probably right. Those 7 champions are probably right. Yeah, I agree. Top 5, I'd say Fabian, Predator, Maria, Galicia, and Vestel. It's true. Immortal Boost Baby, yes. I thought about you immediately when I saw this. When I saw this, I was like, there's one man who's more prepared than anybody else. And that's our boy Lucas. Lucas is ready with the middle soul stones. He didn't pull his middle soul stones. He pulled his small ones and he kept his middle ones. And now he's rewarded 5x. Oh, sorry. 5-star, 6-star, or 2x. So good luck, man. Good luck. My arena sucked today. Everyone is the exact same opener. Fabian and Predator. I hope that next pizza delivery arrives cold. Do you not have Fabian, Ritual? Do you not have Fabian? Just open pick Fabian, and if they open pick Fabian, they pick Predator. So only for the middle one, weird. Yeah, they're starting to do this, right? They're starting to separate the Soulstone events from the middle ones to the big ones. I'm not sure why. Maybe they're thinking the events are too easy to complete in terms of the tournament, right? If they run a tournament at the same time, they're thinking, you know, maybe we want to focus one Soulstone at a time. I don't know. But at the same time, when they do this, they stop people from pulling small Soulstones. I'm not really sure what the intention is to separate it. Maybe they're trying to, you know, run some analytics, run some tests on, you know, figuring out how much they can sell, right? They're probably going to use it for something. There's no reason to split them up. They could have just done 2x on all of them at once. What's good, Reedy? Sorry, man. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Streamer clipped. What's this? Wait, what's going on here? Have I seen this clip before? I've featured it, so I must have seen it. I am gonna do a day where we sit down and we watch the clips. I think that'd be fun. One of these days we'll sit down and we'll watch all the great clips you guys made over the last month. Because you guys make some banger clips. I'm not gonna lie. You guys are fucking good. You guys are real good at making clips, not gonna lie. We have some really funny clips. Lucas, oh no. Lucas, close your eyes. Streamer man is about to... Oh shit, I just remembered what this is. Why bullying me? Oh no. Unlock passive though. And unlock active, god damn. This is Lucas so rough. This is so rough for Lucas, not gonna lie. This was pretty bad RNG. RNG hasn't improved even slightly. God damn. He's having a rough day. This is not good. His RNG hasn't improved. No. Watch this. This is the funniest. It gets worse. I'm already laughing my ass off. The RNG actually gets worse. Look at this Biox HP. What you got for me, Lucas? Smart, smart, smart. Changing form. I like it. I like it. Okay, okay, okay. Let me give you some of this, though. How about you take them, too? How about you get the enfeeble as well, huh? Wouldn't that be sick? Wouldn't that be sick, huh? Huh? A little bit of enfeeble action? A little bit of enfeeble action? Two taps. Okay. This clip will never not be funny. This clip will never not be funny. Oh, no. No fucking way. Dude, this is brutal. This is such a bad run of RNG. He actually quits the fight too. He actually quits the fight. That one is such a funny clip that you gotta like, even the minute before and after that is so funny. But you can only clip a minute, so I kind of get it. That clip always cracks me up. From the moment we queue into him, because that's the day I think we pulled his soul stones or we pulled his shards. Or something like that. Right? I think we pulled his soul stones or pulled his shards. You know, the luck wasn't great. And you know, then we fought each other in arena, and yeah, it was dark. His RNG was real dark in the fight as well, which was pretty tough. But yeah, that clip is bloody hilarious. But yeah, like I said, you guys make clips throughout the month, and what we'll do is we'll go through and we'll watch the clips, check them out, check out some of our favorites, and then we'll rank them, right? We'll watch them all, and we'll do a little segment about that. But before that, we have the 2x soul stones. So, I mean, the RNG for Lucas is going to turn around, baby. He's going to hit 6 stars on all of his most wanted champions. Going to hit 6 stars on all of his most wanted champions. Damn, I feel like we freshened some wounds for Lucas. I was going to ask Lucas, do you want me to open your soul stones? But after Reedy posted that link, I ain't no shot. Reedy, goddammit. After Reedy posted that link, Lucas is like, nah, I'm alright actually. I'll do my own pulling. Cam is dead. Oh god. Hold up. What's up with Cam today? I think Cam is overheating. I'm not gonna lie. It is that hot. Like, my cam is not used to this temperature. My camera is not used to this temperature. What's this? Took you a long time to remember for the moment of time you laughed. I even had to watch you reacting to your reaction to this and still laughing like crazy. Yeah. Oh, it was a good time. It was a good clip. You pulled 12 Eternals. That's the one. I got it, right? We did a 10 pull on Eternals and we kind of got dookie. We didn't get anything great. We got a little bit of bad RNG. We pulled like 10 Eternals, and I'd never pulled 10 Eternals before, but we pulled 10 Eternals and we got nothing. We got Nathan, so yeah, it was pretty bad. I mean, for the middle soul stones, I don't really have a lot of middle soul stones here. I guess I'll pull wherever I got, but I ain't got a lot, you know. Just pull with what we got. Ezio, probably not sell that. Alice, at least I have Alice. I pulled a Modo recently too. Never really gonna use him. But yeah, not even a single soul stone from this. So yeah, my soul stones are kind of gone. When is this event for? What's the date for this event? It's going to be on the 25th. So in a couple of days. So we might even see an extra event for soul stones, right? Because the event is on the 25th, it could be that on tomorrow there might be a soulstone event that pops up that gives extra rewards for soulstones before Eid. Yeah, Eid is like Tuesday, Wednesday, right? If I'm not mistaken. So it's gonna be before Eid. We'll see if they do like an event in there or not. Free to play cam? No, my cam is actually pretty nice. I do have a pretty nice cam, but it's not used to the heat. It actually broke once before off stream too. Oh. I was setting up stream and I looked over and the cam froze. I was like, what the fuck? The fuck's going on to my cam? But yeah, in terms of live arena is going up in an hour or so. And I do want to do a few things before that. I want to do my Chimera key, at least one of my Chimera keys. And I got some new sort of ideas for arena. First one is cardio. Right, I know Cake and Cookie's been asking me to run Cardio for a while, and Cake and Cookie swears by Cardio. I'm kind of coming around to this champion. A few reasons why I think Cardio could be good in this meta. One, he has the most coveted, the best buff in the game, in my opinion. We can discuss this, but I think the best buff in the game, especially for PvP, is block debuffs. Right, block debuffs is one of the best, if not the best, or the best according to me, buff in the game. Block debuffs is so clean. You can't get basically CC through it, and if you can protect it, it's even better, right? If you can run a champion in protection, you can go even better with him, right? So like a 9-piece protection champion with block debuffs is super cool. I run Sifi, you guys know I love Sifi. I think she's really good. But Cardia could also do the same thing. I got like a 401 speed Sifi with 100k HP. She's pretty nice. Now, there are things that she does that Cardio can't do, and there's things Cardio does that she can't do. Noticeably, the pros for Sifi is the revive and the increased speed and the increased defense, which are pretty nice. She has the anti-freeze and fear, which is nice, and she has the A1 sleep, which is pretty good as well. Into the Mercurial meta is slightly less good, but it's still good. Still can do some stuff. But on the other hand, Cardiel has the ally attack, which is really good into the Mercurial meta. So if you got multi-hitting A1 champions, right? If you got multi-hitting A1 champions like Kutraxa, right? Kutraxa is really good. And then I kind of started looking at other champions that could be quite good with A1. And I know she's epic. But +4 6-star epic? Gala long braids? I don't know, man. I think she could be really good. AoE A1 hitters too. You like the AoE A1 hitters with cardio, like Marius for the ally attack. I personally like single target big nukes, but I guess the AoE A1 hitters could be quite good as well. And also the one champion that you like too, Reedy, or the one that you spoke about too, is Candrathon, right? Candrathon in Lens could be quite crazy, right? Because Lens works really well with Veil champions and Candrathon works really well with the Veil, right? He has a massive 40% damage reduction. Right, the damage reduction is 40% when he's under Veil. So this is massive already for starting the fight with Veil. Now, also there is Veil that he gets from his own passive when the opponent's turn meter boost. And you can also put him in 9-piece Mercurial too. It's just a shame he doesn't have any ignore defense in his kit, right? He doesn't innately have any ignore defense in his kit. If you did, it'd be pretty crazy. Marius, Embreeze, Arbias, Corrosa. Corrosa meta here, boys? No. We looked at Corrosa yesterday. Corrosa's not here. Although this guy's pretty good with cardio too. That's actually a pretty good shout, right? Because his A1 in the first form is AoE, destroy max HP, and his A1 in the second form is block revive. So really good with cardio. You know, if you're running Embreeze, then it's more reason to run cardio. You know, block debuffs, increase crit damage, increase crit rate, and the revive on death. The revive on death is also good with Kutraxa too. Right? Having a different source to land revive on death places a protected revive on death buff on this champion at the start of the round. Places protected revive on death on this champion. Whenever this champion kills an enemy with a crit, whenever this champion is revived by a revive on death buff, fills that turn meter by 100 and increase attack by 50 on them. So this is very important, right? The revive on death can come from any source and it will still work the same with Kutraxa. It's not like the revive on death that is placed by her works with her passive. It's any revive on death. So if you can bring a champion that does extra revive on death, it's actually pretty nice. Joe Annie, second form, A1 is Poggers too. That's true. You can run ally attack with Joanne too. Like, I actually think there's pretty good merit to running him. I do think he's pretty good to run. I have him masteried. I have him booked. The best relic to run on him would be Chrono Cube. And we talk about Chrono Cube every day, so I'm not going to fucking talk about Chrono Cube again. I currently got him in Perch Shadow. But in Chrono Cube, he'll be crazy, right? You get the ally attack and then you get the block debuffs. Pretty insane. And also, if you get him in protection set, you get the extra damage from the buffs that he lands. So, yeah. And his revive on death is already protected. Right? The revive on death is actually protected. So, yeah, he could be quite interesting. I do prefer Sifi quite a bit. But if I need a little bit more firepower, I could go for Cardio. Cardio could be a little bit more aggressive. Like, go Cardio plus Kutraxa. And because my Kutraxa's in Cracking Roots, a lot of these champions haven't got gear on right now. But, you know, you guys know what the builds look like when they got gear on. If I have Cracking Roots plus increased crit damage and do an ally attack, we are on our way to breaking a Stone Skin, you know, and the other hits from the other champions into the Stone Skin as well. And if it's Mercurial, then we can kill him straight up. So I think Cardio is going to be something I actually do end up running. Cardio will be something we could try out today. Maybe build out Gala as well. Candrathon, I'm not sure how good Candy would be. If I had Lens, I would try him in 9-piece Mercurial. If I had Lens and Mercurial for him, I would try him out. In 9-piece Merc plus Lens. I mean, cat gaze will be on him will be crazy too, but, you know, I ain't got cat gazes to be handing to anybody. Yeah, if I build him today or if I build him next stream, that's yet to be seen. Let me actually build him now. Fuck it. Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. Let's build him now. Because I am quite interested to see how we can run him. The only problem is, see if he's got the good protection, and Fabian's got the fast protection, or at least one set of it. So he's going to be left with some pretty average gear. Nothing crazy. Let me make sure my champions are geared before we start optimizing. Because if we start optimizing with pieces, then, you know, they can get a bit weird. Kutraxa. Arto could lose some gear. I mean, Mercurial Cardiel. Run Mercurial Cardiel. Mercurial Cardiel. What I got? What I got? We got this thing. It's a good. Do you not think Mikage is better or Cardio? Mikage is nice too, but I don't think she's better than Cardio because of the block debuffs. I think block debuffs in this current meta is super strong, and there's not many champions that have got it. Right? That's the winner for me between Cardio and Mikage. Like, I've got them both 5-star, but like, I guess you could go the A2 and then go into the A3 if you have Mercurial, right? Strip off the Stone Skin and then go into the ally tag. But I kind of find like you need a block debuff. Nell feast on block debuffs. I mean, Nell is such a freak champion that if you face Nell, you got to come up with a proper strategy for Nell, right? Nell is a proper freak. Like, you don't base your offense completely around a champion that is so unique, right? You can build 1 or 2 champions for them, but you don't be like, oh, okay, I need to make sure Nell doesn't get me, right? Like, Nell is a freak. She's really, really a freak. Like, the poisons go through block debuffs. The poisons applied every time you do a buff or tell me to fail or healing. So yeah, Nell is nasty. Nell is nasty, but just because something's bad into Nell isn't automatically not worth building, right? You do need to definitely have a strategy for Nell, though. I do agree. Nell is a crazy champ. All right, let's take a look. Let me see what's locked. Nothing. I mean, if we run him in Mercurial, we could run him into champions that don't have a strip. But the problem with the champions that don't have a strip, Marius has a strip, Galathea has a strip, Theodosia has a strip. Who are the other common champions in Live Arena that we face that have strips? I feel like there's quite a few. I mean, Harvest Jack, we don't really face a lot. Embreeze. But we're not really worried about Emery's stripping us too much. Who are the strippers apart from Galathea and Theodosia? This rolls like double or triple. I might Chaos or it. God damn. Resistance. Bro, I can't find a place for my camera to go. Let me put it center. Boom. Glicia. Ooh, Glicia's a nasty one too. Yeah, Glicia's a really good shout. Glicia with a strip and Glicia with a CC. Oh, this one's pretty good. I don't know. I might go Mercurial. Look how many Mercurial pieces I got for fucking Sacred Order. God damn. Double res. Put it top left. Nah, it's fine center for now. I'll put it center for building, and then I'll put it back to the left when we're done building. Or when we go into some LA fights, then we can put it over there. Put it back. A lot of silver. Cardio resistance and protection. Yeah, maybe I go Mercurial, honestly. Maybe I go Mercurial on him. Resistance build. I'd much rather have him high HP than res. Keep it a buck. He's also got the A1 that kind of triggers quite a bit. Could be good for Mercurial too. Thirteen, 14 HP defense. Keep it what it is. Protection seems to be fine for the right pieces. Mercurial, HP double res, and then double HP. I don't know, it's close, man. It's close between the two. We could try out both builds. Let's see. Mercurial, what we got for chests? We got HP triple speed. We got HP single speed. We got resistance single speed. See what we get here. Resistance HP is nice. HP resistance. I'm gonna go tanky first, though. I'm gonna go tanky without resistance first. Cardio, Mercurial. Right now, the only champion in Mercurial I've got is Garol, right? Go Merc. Oh. 9-piece Mercurial Cardi. If I run into a lot of strips, second form strips, like Galathea, it'll be quite bad. Let me pump a bit more HP. How much res will we be able to get? Not a lot. Masteries. I haven't really changed his masteries just yet. 322 res, 80k HP, 378 speed in Mercurial. $80k HP is quite low. That is quite low. Let me switch to protection, see what kind of build we can throw together. So what did we have? 378, and in protection we get 387 and 80k. Is this base HP kind of low? 20k. That's not that low. Ain't that bad. Might as well have no res. Yeah, this is basically no res build. This is basically no res prio. I mean, he got 450, you know, just cuz, but it wasn't really even glyphed. So 91k HP down here. A lot of defense. Gone for the defense glove. 378. Need like 500 resistance to resist nucleus consistently, especially the mythical ones that have ignore resistance in their kit, right? If they've got ignore res, then like they kind of go crazy. I mean, if we actually do optimize a little bit for resistance, we could do it because we are 5-star. Let's take a look. If I said lowest here and then bump this a little bit. Okay, a little bit less than that. Mercurial, and then also say res glyphs by 12. 12 is pretty high, but I don't really have much to do with resistance glyphs. Yeah, still only 424. Still only 424. 424 before relic for resistance. We're not really losing much to gain this. It's just basically the same build. It's basically the same build. Let me give it a little bit more. 351. Yeah, we lost a chunk of resistance or a chunk of speed. This build here is not so bad. 520. 520 res, 360 speed, 81 KHP. I don't think the resistance is worth. I really don't think the resistance is going to be worth much. We'll take the res off and we'll go full HP, full speed. $375, $377, $378. The 80k does worry me, I'm not gonna lie, but it is Mercurial and he's pretty fast. Cope. 3 more speed for 3k HP. A little bit more res, more defense. They're all taking Gorol piece, but that's okay. Right, they're all taking Gorol piece, yeah. $378. Honestly, like a 378 ally attacker feels kind of slow. Because you kind of want ally attackers to go pretty quick. But in Mercurial, you're not going to get much faster than, like, I'm not going to get much faster than this. If I had the 6-star blessing, then maybe, but we can change Phantom Touch. I'm not really married to Phantom Touch like that. And also, Perched Shadow is going to give us a bit more HP. But what could we run instead? I do have Heart and I do have Wands. Number 1 star, resistance on the Heart. Speed could be quite nice. Aspect of Cyroth is you know, value too. But let me see if there's anything. I could just stick with Perched. Perched Shadow could just be it. Getting extra turn on the A1 is pretty neat. Infernal Polytype is actually hilarious. On a Revive on Death Champion, that's so funny. The problem is they're not going to get a turn after the Revive on Death. Revive on Death as a buff is pretty annoyingly bad. The Revive on Death buff is quite bad. It's also the block debuffs and also the Kutraxa synergy with the Revive on Death. Oculus is decent. A Wand is decent. Let me take a look. Removes all debuffs from the wearer whenever they lose 70% or more HP from single turn. And Wand. I want to keep Perched for now, because I'm not sure if they fixed it or not, but for a moment, Perched would take an extra turn from champions who ally attack and use the A1. I'm not sure if that's changed or not, but we'll see if it's still bugged. Because you used to be able to get an extra turn with Perched Shadow. Because I used to run Perched Shadow on I was running Perched Shadow in the Coalition event. And I would ally attack in a 9-piece protection Cardio and I get an extra turn. It was pretty funny. But we'll see. We'll start with Perched Shadow and then we'll change if we don't like it. And take the HP higher. Gemstones. What we got? Oh, the wearer's default skill will ignore 10% of the target's resistance. This is actually unironically pretty good. Because we get fears, true fears on demon spawns, undead hordes, and night revenants. The only problem is true fear in the Mercurial meta is pretty bad. That's the worst part about it. Because fears don't proc on Mercurial champions. Increases the wearer speed by 5 for each enemy under an active hard CC that they placed. Increase accuracy when removing buffs. Wearer speed increases with each dead ally. Whenever an ally is killed by an enemy, the wearer has a 10% chance to decrease the cooldown. I'm just going to pop this in. There's not really a lot of champions I use this on. How much is to unsocket one? Can you fucking remove it? 160. Slam it in there. Slam it in. All right. We'll go with this build and we'll give Geralt some gear back. 375. Boom. The block revive is still pretty common, so it could be the revive on death eats it to the block revives, because there's a ton of good block revive champions out there, right? You got Nias, you've got Predator, you got Embreeze, you got Joanne. So those champions are pretty problematic. All right, girls fixed just like that. Weapon best will be heal if you have one. I've got one, and that's about it. Heal will be quite good, but I only got one heal, so I kind of want to keep it on Fabian. Also, what are we saying about 9-piece Mercurial Gala long braids? Can she get the damage done? She hits pretty freaking hard. She does hit really hard. Let me see if I got the Mercurial pieces for her. I'm not gonna lie, low-key, I am a little bit surprised that people don't pick her more in live arena. I know that's a crazy thing to say, almost. But I am shocked nobody's really... I haven't faced many of her. Because I kind of feel like you see everything in 9-piece Mercurial these days. I don't really have the gear for it. Wrong Gala? That's true. That is true. She claps in my Factional Hearts team, but she's in 9-piece Merciless. Yeah, in 9-piece Merciless, she's going to clap for sure. And to be honest, like, Faction War HP is way crazier than Arena HP would ever be, right? So she's definitely got the numbers, and she's got the survivability too. She puts a huge, enormous shield on herself when she kills with this, or when she hits with this, right? Actually, in PvP, her shield won't be that big, right? Because it's based on how much damage she does into the HP of the opponent. Places a shield buff on this champion equal to any surplus heal. Heals the champion by 50% of the damage inflicted. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, if a champion's like 30k HP and you hit them, you're only going to get 50k. I'm not saying that anybody's going to be 30k, but if somebody's low already, this is not going to be that crazy of a shield. Speaking of dwarves, surprised we don't see more Brogni. His reflect damage. True. Agree. I do think Brogni is another guy that could be used quite a bit. His reflect damage isn't only good into Mercurial, but it's also good into like reflecting the damage, right? Where is he? Oh. Like, the amount of damage that happens from Magma Shield into Marius is pretty damn high, right? And if you compound it with this guy, he could be a pretty annoying HP based sort of shielder protector. He's got the block debuffs too. Give him a magma shield. Give him a magma shield and put him in high HP. Run protection on him. I don't know. It'd be interesting to run to see Brogni. Is he better than Sifi? He's got no revive, but he kind of has a single target cleanse. Not single target cleanse, but only single debuff cleanse. Dwarf Gala pairs well with his shield. And Dwarf Gala pairs well with his shield. Yeah, the healing from the shield, the increased attack is nice too. Why Cyroth on Sifi? Because I took Heart off her. And Cyroth actually gets some value. She can survive some hits with this. The other options were probably like Wand. I don't really see many CC like that to run Wand. I took Heart off her because of Mavara was cooking me. Is she fast enough with it? I mean, she's 400 speed. She's 400 speed. You know? But yeah. Brogni is definitely worth a champion. If you guys are looking for a block debuff champion, or even like a go second sort of team, I kind of feel like Brogni will be quite nice for you. Brogni in a go second team could be quite nice. And you could go like Mercurial plus... I guess if you went Mercurial plus Magma Shield, you would get the shield, but you won't get the ticks from the reflect damage. I mean, 400 is nothing at your level. Okay, but what are you suggesting, Astria? What do you want me to do? Are you going to make a suggestion? Like, what are you saying? What, should I run something else? What should I run? Speed Relic? Speed Relic? What, like, for, like, hilt? Give a hilt? If I had more than one hilt, then definitely, yeah, she gets it. But the only hill, like I said, I run it on my Fabian is because I'm trying to outspeed with Fabian, right? Trying to outspeed with Fabian. He's like a speed threat. With this build, a speed relic would after that would be like a wand, right? Be like a wand. We could go. This one like 9 more speed, but going from like 401 to 410 isn't really like meaningful speed change, right? Going from 450 to 460 is big. Going from 400 to 410 isn't really gonna push the needle for me. It will be ideal, but don't take it fab. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yo, Lowe's, what's good, man? What's good? What's good? It won't make a difference to your mains, relic of speed. Yeah, I don't really have many mains with speed. I've got the hill, and then that's it. That's it. Other relics are like secondary speed. But I do like the Cyroth. I actually do think I do find Cyroth saves me in a bunch of fights. It could be a situation, and a lot of the time when my nukas are like quite tanky and quite go second, I can sometimes get rushed on my Sifi, right? Marius, Harima, well, all of my nukas, right? Apart from Garol, who's in Mercurial, a lot of the times when my Sifi takes a turn and everybody else is in Stone Skin, she kind of gets rushed. They try to rush her down a little bit. So the aspect can bring a bit of survivability there. Hey man, seen your video on one team for Hydra and Chimera. Need your help? I don't have Titus. Hydra and Chimera. Seen your video for Hydra and Chimera. Need your help? I don't have Titus. Sure, we can help you out. You can DM me on Discord and we can take a look at your account, or you can post your roster. For Chimera. But this is, if it helps you, this is something I'm running this rotation. If you could do something like this, it's quite good. But I'm not really sure what your goals are. I'm not sure if you're like trying to enter Nightmare Chimera altogether. That'd be a good start. That'd be like a different sort of thing. But if you're going for like mythical trials, is what I would recommend. Then we're gonna have to look at very specific teams for each trials, right? That's what I would say. Focus for mythical trials. Just use Finna. Aware. I was really lucky with Finna. When I got Finna, I was a little bit like, meh. I was a little bit like, meh. Not gonna lie. My attitude was, she right. Finna. Like, that was my attitude at the time. Now, obviously, I have a real appreciation for Finna. She's like every single week in my Chimera team. You know? But at the time, you know, I did shrug my shoulders a little bit. I was like, ah, she cool. But yeah, she's insane. She is pretty insane. She's really, really good. She is quite good. Give me Finna, please. I actually pulled for her like 15x. I pulled for a 15x. I don't know, like, I think I was doing it for content. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't too crazy about it. I was doing it for content. I was like, you know, we'll pull some shots. And I was streaming, we'll pull some shots. And I just ended up getting her. I just ended up getting one. I'll leave you on Discord. Thank you. Shout me on Discord and we can take a look. How long we got? We got like 20-ish minutes. It will take me a bit longer than 20 minutes to get a Chimera run in. I was thinking about doing a Chimera run on stream today. It's not really a lot going on in the game. I didn't know we were going to get into the cardio building today. What's the build? 375, 83k HP, 4k defense, no res. Anything glyphable? Not quite. The res. I'm gonna give this a 6-star glyph. I'm gonna do it eventually anyway. Could it take a bigger glyph? A rare glyph? An epic? Epic's pretty high. Doesn't have HP percentage, doesn't have accuracy. Rare and epic. Fuck it, let's go epic. Let's go epic. Epic is strong. Epic is strong, but my Mercurial gear is pretty early, and this is going to be pretty high for me for a while. All right, wish me luck. Wish me luck. Wish me luck. Hope I get like 8 or higher. 8 or higher. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Ooh, 7. I gotta chill on 7. I gotta chill on 7 for a bit. Chill on 7 for a bit. Little bit of, it is a low roll, right? Literally a low roll. Out of the 10, 5 to 10, we rolled below midpoint. You know, it was really 7, 8. That would have been the play. 8 would have been nice, but we'll take 7. It is what it is. Res. How much res could we end up with? 322. 322. Could lift this for 8. And then just this, like 14. 22. And then 60 more. 88. Could get to 400 resistance, but neither here nor there. Change the masteries. I mean, tier 6 mastery as is. Accuracy. What's the tier 6 on him? Fearsome presence. He has a 100% chance to land fear anyway. Not really a good tier 6 to be running. I might just leave it for now. Not a great tier 6. Timely intervention. If someone goes low. Counterattack is always good though. Counterattack is a really good mastery in this meta. Micah, what's good? Thank you. Great piece for Nuka. So once you get a better support piece, this thing here is true. You can't really get an attack piece here, right? You can't get an attack roll. You can get an accuracy roll, but that's about it. That would be it. Bro, my cam froze again. All right. Let's see if we can find some spots for cardio today. Merc cardio. Merc cardio, huh? Never thought of all the champions I could run in support, it would be Cardio. I always wanted to run Raglan, but Cardiel getting in. Cardio getting built before Raglan is crazy work. But I still don't have the banner. Forever searching for the banner. But to be honest, like, I don't know how good I'm gonna. I don't know how much I'm gonna like Raglan. Without block debuffs, I think I'm gonna struggle with that. Lizard ring, I think that said. Yeah, lizard ring. Can't get Mercurial on Raglan. I know a lot of people do say Raglan is quite good, but without her without block debuffs, I don't know if I believe in a Raglan like that. .382 speed. He's come out with pretty nice speed. Cherum, how fast is your Mercurial gear? How fast can you get your fastest Mercurial champion? With like, you know, reasonable HP. 300? Lucas, there's no way. There's no way it's 300. 200 plus. 433. Now that's a proper number. I don't believe Gong or Lucas. Do you guys not do like Forest? I've been doing Forest for like 2 months. This is my second rotation of Forest. And I've already got like 382. Look at my account. I came back 2 months ago. Oh, you came back the same time I did? How long were you playing before you took a break, Lucas? Because I feel like I did take like 9 months off, but like before that I was playing quite regularly, right? So 2-turn revive on death, 2-turn revive on Raglan. Yeah, Raglan is nasty with the revive, and the revive is pretty sick too. It's not just like a shit revive. It's a 2-turn revive with 100% turn meter and reset on abilities, like full reset on abilities, right? Or is it 3 turns? I think it's 3 turns, but it's pretty much full. Like, let's be honest. 3 turns, like, you know, ain't nobody's got a 5-turn cooldown ability. So revives with 75% HP, 100% turn meter, and decreases the cooldown of all the revived ally skills by 3 turns. That is crazy. That is really strong. Really, really good. Full clears all rotations and the Mercurial pieces are all shit. Oh no. That can happen too. But with Mercurial, I feel like you should be double rolling. As soon as you get something decent, or if you got like good, not even good, whatever your piece is in Mercurial, you should just double roll it. If it's not good the first time, Chaos or it. Try again. You know? That's what I've been doing. Because it is the best set. So it's worth to have a second chance to actually make it roll good. You know? That's what I've been doing. Because the set is so far ahead of everything else, like it's kind of like you double up on your gear, right? You get it once. If it's not good in the base form, you flip it, right? This glove is Chaos Sword. This shield is Chaos Sword. This helm isn't Chaos Sword, but this weapon is Chaos Sword. Mercurial pretty much the only set I use with Chaos Sword on. Yeah. Like, it is pretty much the only set right now. Unless you roll like a crazy penta or a quad in like Savage, Stone Skin, or in Lethal, right? Quads and pentas, then you can consider it. But Mercurial, if you roll a trip, like at that point, it's a legendary Chaos Sword. There's not many sets that keeping up with Mercurial right now. Like if you roll a quad in protection, then you could think about it. Or a quad in stone skin, quad in lethal, quad in savage, sort of thing. But mainly you're just running all of your chaos souls into this. Started in 2022, but actually active playtime on my account was like 1.5 years. I quit a lot and for a long time. Kind of made up for it with the money spent, but same reason my relics are non-existent, which is making it hard. Yeah, I kind of done the same thing. I wouldn't say I quit a lot, but I have taken reasonable like breaks from the game. Like the last 9 months I took off wasn't the only time I taken off from the game, right? Like I've taken like other stints off too. I can't really remember what those were, but like the first time I probably put the game down would be like Pinpoint. I feel like the first time, no, not the first time Pinpoint was out, but maybe the second time Pinpoint was out, right? I remember I played pretty consistently all the way from 2020 up until they started doing like event dungeons. I feel like the first time I really dropped away was like the second event dungeon, wherever it was. But yeah, taking breaks from the game is pretty reasonable. I feel like right now is, I know, like, you know, it's a strange thing to say as a CC, but right now is a pretty good time to go like check out a different game. Not gonna lie. Like I'm not the type of CC where I'll be like, no, we must play raid all day, every day, 24/7, never quit. But like right now is a good time if you want to go check out a different game. I kind of feel like raid themselves is kind of like, you know, making that point quite clear. Because there's not really a ton of content going on right now, right? So it's a pretty good time to kind of be like, explore different things. I know a lot of people are like hardcore raid players. I don't know how hardcore you can be on raid, but you know, like only play raid. But if there's ever a time to kind of, you know, try a different game or go play like your favorite game, right? Like everybody's got that one game that they go back to check it out, to play it and give themselves a bit of a reset. I told you guys the other day, Legend of Lagai is one of the games I play. There are like a ton of like people play Metal Gear Solid games, the first Metal Gear Solid, or they'll try out like Baldur's Gate or something like that in this time, you know, in the lull period. But yeah, it's pretty chill right now. Over the last couple of days, me personally, today you can see I've done everything in the game. Like I did Faction Wars, I've done Doom Tower, Cursity, I'm gonna probably get that done. Grim Forest is done as well. For the energy, daily's done, advanced daily's done. But the past couple of days I did take like, I didn't do everything. Past couple of days I didn't do everything. Like I was leaving Faction Wars alone. I wasn't really too bothered about Faction Wars. Like I don't necessarily always like obsess over every single daily, you know? If you miss some dailies and it makes you feel bad, that's when you know like the game's got a hold on you. I need to never do all my dailies. I pretty regularly do my dailies, but I do need to get into the habit of like not stressing out when I miss dailies. Like it's not the end of the world, it's not a big deal, right? Like if the time's coming up until reset and you feel like, oh man, I didn't do my dailies today, or I didn't do Faction Wars today, or I didn't farm Fae today, like the game shouldn't make you feel like, oh, missing a day is gonna ruin your account. You know, it's chill. Nothing too crazy about like missing a day. You know, I feel like it is a game at the end of the day. Don't let the game stress you out. Don't let anything stress you out. This is something I've been trying to do, is not to let anything stress me out. Like I feel like because of stress, it has like a physical toll on your body. So I've been like working out quite a bit off stream, like walking, running, trying to keep my fitness up. One thing I realized that exercise is a good way to deal with stress, but the main issue is stress. Like I do stress quite a bit. Streaming is quite stressful too. Like, a lot of people say, oh, you're like, you're playing your game. Mr. Streamer said this to me as well. Mr. Streamer's like, you are playing a game. Like, it's not really that stressful, is it? I was like, nah, imagine sitting in front of like 40 people, 30, 40 people every day and like talking to them for like 4 or 5 hours straight. And it's not even like, it's like people on the internet. Imagine talking to people on the internet for 5 hours every single day. 30, 40 of them. It is quite stressful. Honestly, you should prepare more. I'm very important, and sometimes I feel like you're just happy. Okay, I don't know about you being very important, but I do prepare quite a bit for streams. The problem is when you guys check a rage stream these days, you guys feel like it's slow. And a lot of you guys are smart enough to be like, there's nothing going on in the game right now. Right? So you guys, the smart ones will be like, well, yeah, it's got to be a slow stream. I recognize that streams are going to be slow. I know the numbers aren't going to be that high because there's nothing going on in the game. Right? I understand that. Some people, like Suitcase, is like, oh, the stream feels like it's not prepared for. No, this is a prepared for stream. There's just nothing going on. There's just nothing going on in the game. The shard event, we already covered it yesterday. Chimera's old, Hydra's old, Forest is old, everything's old, right? There's actually nothing going on in the game. So I personally don't feel like, like, oh shit, I'm like, what if people don't want to just hang out and chill? I know, that's the stream that we're doing today. This is a chill stream. This is not like we're gonna rush new content that just got released. Need more cheating drama. There's not always things to address, right? There's not always things to address, and that's a good thing, right? You don't always have to. I'm not gonna just like make drama because some people might find the stream in a certain way. It is what it is, man. Honestly, like if you wanna be drama focused every sort of like stream, then you gotta remember, like, not every stream's gonna be for you. All right, let me move to this side. Boom. There is a lot of yap. There is a lot of yap in my streams. My streams are conversational, right? I'm here to talk to you guys. I'm here to discuss ideas with you guys, build things with you guys, and even help you guys. It's not always gonna be I'm doing content all the time, right? It's a conversational. This is Raid Shadow Legends. Like, it's a fucking idle clicking game. It's an idle clicking game. The stream is conversational. The stream is a vibe of having a discussion. That's just how it's gonna be. I like it. I enjoy it. I actually think it's pretty cool. Quality yap and quality chest though. Yeah, you gotta have chests with these kind of things. At the same time, like I am aware of like the situation the game is in. Like today I started the stream like a couple of hours late. I could have even been thinking about not streaming today, right? I was thinking about not streaming. I was thinking about streaming Raid anyway, even though it's going to be slow. And then I was thinking about streaming a different game too, right? All these things get thought about before I click go live, right? I do prepare. I think about all these things before I actually go live. And then I do what I think is best. And, it works out. How about build Tormund? Tormund build in this meta? You guys want to build Tormund? All right, make a case for why I should build Tormund. I'm open to it, but you got to sell me Tormund a little bit more. Sell me Tormund. kind of that's why I like doing Hydra and Chimera early to not have the must do near reset. Yeah, that must do near reset is pretty annoying. It is quite annoying. Do I go? Wait, nobody's taken Marius yet? That seems wrong. Marius and Girl, double lockout and Sifi. Pretty good. Yeah, I should do my Chimera earlier too. I should get my Chimera done early too. I get the mythical mats early. I don't have to worry about that stuff. And also not stress about bloody resets. Both of these guys are pretty annoying nukers. Non-awakened. Okay, I'm gonna go with a non-awakened. But I don't love this. I do wish I took a block revive here. I wish I took a block revive into the double nuker and the triple reviver. But I do got the Lux. She resisted. She might change forms. Yep. Okay. Oh, I can't lock her out too. Lock her second form? Yeah, fuck it. Locked her second form. She could go for the increased attack or the A1 Terminator boost. Let's see. Wait, did my multi-chat just break? What the fuck? Hold on, 1 second. What? So much Mercurial here to kind of chew through. Like, I opened this up, but I'm gonna need an ally attack or something. All right. Petrify. Oh. Oh, she woke up because it was a different hit. Okay. Could have petrified her there. Ally attack. There she goes. Extra turn. To counter speed Lazarius and Arbiter. For having fun with Hilvi in counterattack. Yeah. With Hilvi she'd be quite good. Tormund would be quite good, but without Hilvi it would be a little bit bad. Okay. What now? She's gonna be getting close to her revive too, so I'm a little bit concerned about that. Ally attack. Not what I wanted. It would be nice to kill these two here. Yeah. Okay, well. Is Garol gonna take them out? This, no. Okay, Garol, don't do something crazy here. Okay, good. I didn't really want Garol killing there anyway. Let's see what she does. This Theodosia is going to have a revive when she comes back around. But I do have a 6-star Garol. Oh, she's gone for the heal. I'm going to play it slow. I'm not really trying to rush the damage here. It'd be nice to kill him on an ally attack here now. No. Not going to be enough. Yeah. I'll kill him here, I guess. Sifi with the A1. Yeah. Boink. Oh, let's fudging go. Garol, OP. Garol just OP getting it done. He lost 2. I got 9. Keep going. The counterattacks. I mean, Tormund really only needs like Tormund and Hilvi only really need one champion outside of Mercurial to really start popping off, right? If they're full Mercurial, then it's bad, but outside of that, it's quite manageable. How do we set up the cardio? Do we go Kutraxa early? This guy's got a lot of points. This guy's got a lot of points. Maybe we take Embry's early. Yeah. This is the best way to set up the cardio. We'll take away the block revive, and then we can end with Kutraxa plus cardio. Ooh. Should I do it anyway? Okay, let's try it. I didn't build him for nothing. I didn't build him to leave him on the bench. God damn, he's got a lot of champions. Okay, this is not gonna be easy. I have to ban this. I can't fight him. I cannot fight him. He's gonna ban Kutraxa, isn't he? Banned Yumiko, took Galicia. Alright. Alright. So we don't open with the lock. It's gonna be pretty weird. But I just kill her. I could kill him. I could kill her. I could kill her, but then she could revive. Let me kill her first. I kill her. Take away the Theodosia. God damn, she lived. There's no way she lived. She's still living? Wait, is my Kutraxa missing gear? Like, what the hell? I guess she's fortify plus ignore defense reduction from bolster. That's insane that she lived that. God damn, she's so tanky. What? There's no way Kutraxa ain't built. That is insane that she tanked that. The fortify? Is the fortify a relic? It's gotta be, right? Because she was in 9-piece Mercurial. Insane damage reduction. Tower Helm relic? That damage reduction was nutty. She tanked my entire nuke. Tower Helm, huh? This thing? Wearer receives 25% fortified buff for 2 turns at the start of each round. Ignore defense used against the wearer are 10% less effective when the wearer's HP is less than 50%. Oh. This is like the heavy Kutraxa counter. And he's got 1 circular gemstone, so you can drop 1 more bolster in there. God damn. Yeah, I was doing like 8Ks at the end. Crazy relic. God damn. Crazy damage reduction. Mad. Last event? Yeah, I missed that one. Tower Helm, and what's the other mythical relic that was in there? What's the other mythical relic for that group? But yeah, that was insane. That was insane. I wish I had 45 for her. For your champion. 45 is pretty nice. A cluster buddy, Raiden. Is he a whale? Is he a kraken? What are you saying? Is he always posting good RNG? That's a whale's favorite thing to do. Posting good RNG all day, every day. Go with the Embries and go with... Is it early to go cardio? It's a bit early. Nah, we're running. Have no idea. I have been in cluster for 2 days. I see. Well, we're gonna find out. He's got Biek. He's got Biek. Goddamn, the Predator plus the Biek makes me not want to pick Kutraxa because I could get block revived. Because I'm thinking about banning Biek. Da, 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 da. Ba, 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 ba. If I'm not taking Kutraxa, at that point, Cardiel is pretty bad. What if I took it anyway? Kutraxa into this guy and then have Embries clean up. Let's see. Forcing Predator to do block revive on Kutraxa after she takes a turn is actually pretty nice. Let's see how this goes. Kutraxa into a Predator, I always used to think this is a pretty bad thing to do, but I'm starting to come around on the trade-off. If I can basically limit Predator to 1 kill when he takes a turn on the block revive, that's actually worth. It's super interesting that he actually decides to ban the Kutraxa here. Yeah, that's interesting. He decided to do that. He's only got 1 block revive, but pretty much what I pick. I like that guy. He's gone with the Odin. That's what's done it for you. You're like, this guy picks Odin. He's the best. It doesn't take much. It doesn't take much. Okay, that was a lockout on everybody apart from Predator, so I'm gonna go again, and Predator dodged me twice. I could go ally attack or revive on death. Let me go ally attack on Odin. Did you guys see that? That confirms it. It's busted. But shush though. Shh. Don't tell anyone. Shh. Don't tell anyone. Shh. It's all gonna be our little secret. No one tell everybody. Shh. If you know, you know. Tony, it's OP? That's busted. That's actually busted. Got an extra turn. Oh, his relic procced? Yeah, the revive and death didn't really do much. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Revive and death not doing a lot. How they still got block damage? He just took a turn. Did it get reapplied? What's going on? I got nothing. I got nothing. Ignore block damage. Go. No, I'm joking. I got nothing. See Odin OP. Big heal and the block damage. Yeah, GG's. GG's. I guess it should have been Garol. I didn't expect him to bring out the Odin. Should have been Garol. Yeah, I'm gonna go Garol from now on. Garol is a little bit safer when it comes to the nukage. Cardiel not doing a lot, not gonna lie. Cardiel not doing a whole ton there. Stevie would have been the better pick, but I think we lost to not having the correct or nuka. I forced Muti hit A1 first pick when I play Cardio. We did take Retraxa, but do you have a second? Who are your two nukas that you go with? He did ban my Kutraxa. Harima Kutraxa with Cardio. Why Harima? Why Harima? Because A1 slaps. Maria Predator are my mains. For me, Maria Predator support plus Cardio. Last is utility. Yeah, Maria triple hit is nice, but Maria's A1 does nothing. It tickles. I'm not gonna lie, I love Maria. You guys know I love Maria. But Maria A1 is awful. Apart from the extra turn, which is broken, her A1 does no damage. She hits hard, or is Harima A1 one hit? Harima A1 is one hit, not really a multi-hit. Good God, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Alright, let me hit him with a KO. KO and Krutexa. KO and Krutexa. Alright, what you got for me? What you got for me? Can I outspeed this Shuzan? No, right? Can I outspeed this Shuzan? Probably not. God damn, I hate Gizzy. Hit Gizzy with the passion. Alright, boom. Okay, Sabro is gonna be in Stone Skin. I mean, nobody builds Sabro in Stone Skin. Okay, she's Mercury. Fuck me. Really? Really, dude? Mercurial? That's what we're doing? Wanton Mercurial. Goddamn. Should have taken Yumiko. Should have taken Yumiko. Yeah, I mean, if I knew he was gonna ban my... Oh, that was close, actually. That was close. If I start killing there, it gets real dark real quick for Brody. Wop. Yeah, that counterattack is pretty much sealed off fate. GG's. Yeah, no coming back from that. Is that 3 losses? It is, indeed. Does Mr. Streamer know you love Maria? Who is Maria, she asks. What speed you got for your cardio? Mine's 380-ish. Close to 380. But yeah, so far, cardio not filling me with a lot of joy, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, the last fight we lost on supports. If we go Yumiko there, we lock out her first form and then maybe we can do something. But the cow pig got countered by the Mercurial. I wasn't expecting Mercurial. I was expecting the full speed. I was like, it's going to be a full speed ahead. That's how I see most Sabros build. But I feel like people are going to take their time coming around to the best way to build Sabro. And even then, not everybody's going to build her in the best way. Everybody's going to, like, you know, have off-meta builds too. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's try to find these spots. I am being a little bit too aggressive with Cardiel because I built him. I do want to run him quite a bit, but I should pick his spots better. Just pull the Joanne. Even have a 6-star, so waiting for her. I guess I'll have to rebuild some champions again. Didn't I already give you a list of champions to build? Lucas. Lucas. Did we just go over like you got 2 champions to build still? Why are we why are we pulling more? She's number 4. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Green Zawu, what's good? I was gonna say Green Wazoo. What's good, brother? Thank you for the follow. But yeah, congrats on Joanne. Congrats. All right, let me not be too aggressive with Cardio. Let me not be too aggressive. I'll use him in certain spots, but kind of feel like Sifi would mostly get the nod ahead of him. But every time I want to pick Sifi, I'll pick Cardio. Wait, Mad is no longer around. I stopped playing 3 years ago or so. No, Mad is around. Mad is around. I did leave Mad. I was in Mad for a very long time, but you know, it was time to leave. I stopped playing like 3 years ago. What game have you been playing? Have you been playing any other mobile gacha games, or did you like switch genres? Are you a shooter? What type of game did you move to when you left? Gacha, yeah. I used to flow you and Rats. I see. Rats moved on too. Probably like around about 3 years ago. So you're probably like probably used to hang out in this chat quite a bit. Idol Heroes, gacha, and shooters, yes too. I see. Idol Heroes is a pretty big gacha game. But I feel like it doesn't matter how big gacha games are, they're not really like mainstream. I kind of feel like they don't really have the best rep to be mainstream. But Idol Heroes is a massive game. And CS2, everybody knows CS2. I used to be in his Discord all day long with him. Yeah. When streamers do stop streaming the game, a lot of the community does fall away too. That does happen. And again, when they come back, a lot of the community comes back too. I was taking a break. I came back like a few months ago. And a lot of people have also come back to the game. You know, people who hang out in my chats and stuff. They're like, yeah, you know, we were taking a break, but we're back to now. You know, they're blaming me for bringing them back to the game, which, honestly, they got a point. They do have a point. Do I ban the Sonic here and go for the block revive on this guy? We got our first Cardiel ban? We got our first Cardiel ban, huh? That's pretty interesting. Look at that. Gaplin Biceps has got banning the Cardio. I'm still debating if I want to come back to this game. Right now, the game is quite slow, honestly. The game is a little bit slow right now. There's not a ton going on in the game. So it might be a good time for you to be able to like catch up and like familiarize yourself with what's going on in the game, right? It's not really like a ton of stuff that's crazy in the game right now, you know? Can do a pretty chill sort of return. Let's see if he goes for the block buffs over here. Oh, he knows. This guy knows what he's doing. He's gonna get block revive though, even though he knows. Block revive over here, and then it's just GG's. I think this is pretty bad for him. That's that. It looks like she would have died, but his passive saved. Anything to worry about here? No. Yeah, he knows. He knows it's over. Yeah, the Kutraxa A1 did enough damage to kill the Noelle, but because of Donnie passive, she lived. All right, what we got? We got a Cardio. Sorry, no, we've got a Galathea and we've got a Predator. Since I have Marius, I've got like one less slot to run everything I want. Go with Sifi. We did say we are going to go Cardio every time, but let's go like Cardio. Oof. Oof. Qtraxa in here, ban this. See how we go. Not gonna be easy. I got a Bandle lock here. Yeah, he's gonna trade off the ban. The ally attack. I got a feeling he's gonna be in Zibia too, so killing his nice ain't gonna be easy. Ally attack. Let me ally attack here because she's gonna get the extra turn, so I kind of want her to go away. Decrease cooldown. What's he gonna go for? He could go for the revive, and then we'll go into Marius. Yeah. Go for the provoke here. Target change. There's a wand over here. Counterattack boosts his turn meter. If I actually do increase defense, he might be in Chrono Cube, which is going to be pretty bad for us. Reaction over there. Block revive isn't going to do anything. He's still reaction. I wonder if we need to force him to change forms, right? So if I do this, it might proc reaction, right? But he changes forms anyway, right? If he, yeah, I kill something. We killed Predator. I didn't expect that, but he's in a pretty tough position. If he AoEs, he revives, but my Qtraxa kills again. Right. My Qtraxa comes back and kills again. This is a pretty bad spot for him. This is not ideal for my boy. Eee. Qtraxa still has the revive on death. Oh, nice. Yeah, block revive. Mercurial is going to stop me from getting feared. I would love nothing more than to have Death Dealer here. This nice is going to be super annoying. I think he hasn't taken a turn, but I don't think he should have passive. Oh god, he has passive. I don't know what kind of passive that was. I can't really be sure. Alright, well, GG's. I don't know if he kills and he comes back. If he kills and comes back, does he have his passive still? Or is he just living off his first turn, right? I'm not sure. Double hit, I lived. Increase attack, I might as well. That's it. That's gonna be GG's. Yeah, I couldn't get through him. Couldn't get through him. Tried. The block revive from Queen was pretty clean there. The block revive from Queen, the death brand was pretty clean. If I was able to land protected block debuff there, it would have been really good. You know, if it was a protection set or if Qtraxa was in cage, could have been quite good. But yeah, that's the first time we saw where we wanted protected block debuffs over the Mercurial. To be honest, Mercurial's not really saving me that much neither. Catch up if you swipe credit card. No. I didn't mean catch up as in try to catch up in champions. No. Do not do that. Do not do that. That's not good advice. I'd say catch up as in like familiarize yourself. There's no real pressure in the game right now, right? There's not really like any big pressure in the game to like, oh, you got to do this and then you got to do that and then you got to do this and you got to do that, right? Like you can just come back and just do what you enjoy doing and do what you like doing in the game for a bit. You know, that's how I returned. When I returned, I did a few things I liked. You know, I didn't touch Chimera for like 4 weeks. I didn't touch Hydra for 4 weeks. I was just chilling. For example, in Idle Heroes, I spent $500 on a hero copy. I can sell it for 490 at least the same next day or next week. Here is like, you sync is what you sync, but I misread, to be honest. I do think, you know, if you're going to return to raid, you're going to have to do away with your like spending habits first, you know? Like any money that you put into the game, you got to think about you're lighting the money on fire. Not exactly, but it really is pretty much like you're not going to see that money again, you know? That's the attitude. So spend money on raid is like it's your hobby. Never like an investment, right? It's not an investment. Don't like tell yourself it's an investment. Any money you put into a hobby, you never really expect that money back. You're like, this is money I'm spending. This is the money I can, you know, I can afford to spend. And that's the approach I would take. Not really an investment. Is this guy gonna ban my Fabian or Sifi? I don't know. He's probably gonna ban Fabian, I feel like. Because the strip 2, I'm gonna say this guy bans Fabian. Oh god, he didn't ban either. Banning one of my 3 nukers is interesting though. Alright, well, see how this goes. You need to set a budget? Yes, set a budget, or like, you know, just be like you can set like what an acceptable purchase is for you, right? Is another way you can do it. Be like, yeah, I'm willing to spend for this but not for this. Oh, I didn't check if I locked this guy out. Block damage. Oh, I got the decrease. I got the refresh. The problem is refresh is not going to do anything for me here. I would love to proc this guy's passive. Yeah, there it is. Okay. The reason why I wanted to force this passive is because I don't really want to be dealing with don't want to be dealing with other shenanigans. If I can land this, yeah, we get rid of his shield. You could change forms and maybe try to go for bombs. A1. What is he? Chainbreaker and AoE coming out. Get rid of oh, the wand of submission doesn't let me do that. Oh, that's crazy. Ally protection. Okay, fine, we'll do ally protection. I don't really want to commit to the nuke just yet. It's gonna be hard to keep her alive. She's really squishy. Yeah, down she goes. And the stun is pretty tough too. Low HP, bombs and stuns, not looking good. Bombs would take me out here. Yeah. Oh, and I got stunned. He's gonna outspeed me, I feel like. Or can I get there? There's a chance if I get there. There is a chance. If I crit everything here, everything dies. Like, they won't live this. If I get the double crit, I could win from here. I just need a double crit. Do I have Life Drinker? I have Life Drinker too, so maybe I can live him. I need... Just never weak it, baby. Never weak it. I mean, if it was Death Dealer, I wouldn't have to worry about it, but it wasn't Death Dealer. Just kill him. Girl gets it done. Girl getting it done. Big smack. I don't know. I was thinking to buy one of them starters from those weird websites and go from there. I heard Solana and Hackathon, I think you mean. Both are real good. So to choose one with them, what would you say? Laugh. It's against TOS to buy accounts. I would never recommend anybody to buy any accounts. That's what I would say. It is against TOS. Not allowed, sir. It's not allowed. TOS oopsie? Exactly. It is TOS to be buying and selling accounts. If you are caught buying and selling accounts, your account may be banned. Be aware. Be aware. Wait, yesterday there was a streamer showcasing a site where to buy accounts for 10 to 30 bucks. There is no shot. An official raid CC was like, yo, yo, listen up real quick. There's no way. There's no way. That's very funny. Some English RSO streamer was advertising where to buy accounts. I mean, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Action can be taken against CC, who is an official CC that promotes buying and selling of accounts, or anything that's against TOS, right? In the way of kicking them from the Raid CC program. However, if you're not in the Raid CC program, there's nothing really Plarium can punish you with. They're not going to ban you from the game for telling people what's already out there, right? The responsibility on you as an official CC is higher than it is if you're not an official CC, right? Because, you know, you're part of the Raid official CC program, right? And when you're part of the official CC program, you can be punished by being kicked out. Now, if you don't give a fuck about the CC program, then you can go ahead and do that, right? If you don't care about getting kicked out, then that's fine. But if you don't want to be kicked out, you don't really want to go around telling people where to buy accounts from. Next drama video incoming? Nah, I'm good on drama, man. I'm good on drama. There's no drama. I just say things how they are. There will never be any drama because I don't beat around the bush. I don't make any accusations. I just say how it is. And if someone's got a problem with it, they can, you know, we can have a conversation. We can have a chat. I like getting to the meat and bones of things immediately. I'm not trying to dilly-dally around this and that. I'm not trying to tiptoe around anything. I just say it with chest. I'll just say it with chest. And if someone disagrees with me, I can have a conversation, you know? Like, we're like fully grown-ass men. You know, we're fully grown-ass people at this point. We can have a conversation. But if somebody tries to beat around the bush and somebody tries to be like, well, you know, what about that? What about that? What about this? What about them? What about him? What about that guy over there? I'm like, no. Let's stay on point. Let's stick to topic, you know? That's my thing. Okay, this guy's resist game is on point, I'm not gonna lie. His Solana 3%ed my Yumiko and his Marius 3%ed my my Garol. Which again isn't really a big deal because, you know, they're not really gonna do anything but just A1, but it is pretty funny that he's on this shit. Let's see, A1. Throw the hex here. What the fuck is going on? What is this resist? Bro, this guy, he's resisting everything. Can't resist my CFA1, bucko. Okay, there's still the passive to come. So What's going to end up happening here is Marius is going to tank the passive. The other two will die, or maybe even three. Okay, there we go. Now A1 from Yumiko thing. Okay, I didn't want to kill there. It's not what I wanted. What you got? You got some smoke for me? All right, he's got smoke, all right. Is that magma gonna... don't kill me, you piece of garbage. I've got Mercurial. I don't really need it. Extra turn actually decreases my damage. A1 should do it. Or maybe extra turn into the Big Bang. No, he's not living this A1. He ain't living this A1. Let's be real. Bob. Yeah, Donny Guns. No need to mess around with Tesla. Fuck. Nearly died. I'm not gonna lie, for $10 you actually get what you should get in game for such money. Never I spend money on such game though. Didn't mean it for you. No, I know you didn't mean it for me, Kasike. I'm just saying if there is any some action, then we're ready for it. I wouldn't want to risk getting kicked out because it would ruin my chances of a date with Banana Jam. It's true. Or CC have two programs, you guys and the Link guys. Why you guys don't have Link to promote? It's because Raid CC program is unfair. That's the truth of it. The Raid CC program is unfair. The amount of money that Plarium, the amount of money that Raid gives out to content creators that aren't official CC is absorbent amount. And what they give to us Raid CCs who sit here, who maintain the community, who cover the game regularly, are getting shortchanged. And that's the truth of it. There's no sugarcoating it. The Raid CCs who are official CCs aren't being given the right remuneration they should be getting. And that's the feeling. The CCs might not tell you this, but that's the feeling of the CCs, of the Raid official CCs, right? And if anybody's paying any attention, they would come to the same conclusion. The amount of money that gets given out for sponsorships, it's absorbent. And the shit that we get is crazy. And that's the God honest truth. You asked a really good question, and I'm going to give you a straight answer. That's a really good question. Why don't we have promo links? Why don't we get monthly support from Raid to basically stream and keep the community alive? Is because it's unfair. And that's the honest truth. Okay, but hypothetically speaking, who's stronger? Solinar or Hecaton? Solinar. Hecaton is more like an engine, but Solinar is just straight stupid. But yeah, Reedy is saying Solinar. I don't know. Chat, what do you guys think? Solinar or Hecaton? Who's stronger? Why? Why aren't Raid giving CCs? Two reasons. A, because they feel like we're going to cover the game anyway, right? That's number one. Raid thinks that we're going to cover the game anyway, and to some extent they are right. A lot of Raid CCs would cover the game with what they're getting. There is a lot of CCs who are pushing for more, but they would just cover the game either way. And the second reason, or one of the other reasons, is because those other CCs won't cover the game if they weren't paid big money, right? Does it make it right? No. But that's the business decision they've made. A third reason, if you want, is if Raid CCs actually said, okay, if we don't get like better treatment or equal treatment to people you guys are sponsoring to cover the game, right? Even like metrics. If you talk about metrics, like there are much smaller CCs that get sponsored by Raid than the treatment that bigger CCs in the Raid community get, right? You could be like, okay, well, we're going to get more attention by giving this smaller CC who doesn't play the game sponsorships, right? But again, there are bigger content creators in this community that don't get anything from Plarium, right? They should They should definitely, especially for the official CCs, they need to be doing more. But they got the attention you have. That's weird. Less attention. I don't understand what you mean. But they got the less attention you have. That's weird. Retention? I don't know what you mean. Can you see this? I thought we'd won that. He thought we won that match for me. Was it a Solinar screenshot? Yeah, I think everybody unanimously. No, it won't show up. This content is no longer available. It won't show up. There's a guy that's a raid CC. There's a guy that's not a raid CC. He a CC for Idol Heroes. He got 10k to make 5 videos. That's about average. That's about average. Like 2k per video is about normal with the money that they're pumping out. I know it's an absorbent amount, but that is the money that you expect to be. It's crazy. It's crazy money. It is crazy money, but I don't know what the size of that CC is. Like CC with like 100k subscribers on YouTube, or 500k, or 1 million subscribers. You know, gacha game communities can be quite big. I'm not really sure what his community, how big his community is. Will he DM it to you? All right, I'll take a look. This fight, Solinar basically just took. Pookie. He soloed Pookie. I hate Gizzy with a passion. I don't know how you got through Unkillable, dude, but you got it done. GG's. I mean, they don't have the follow or views you guys have. Why they get paid? Because like it goes into the same category, right? Like people will say because Raid is successful, everything they do is correct, and that's not true. There is a lot of things they're doing that aren't correct. If Raid CCs, and they would come to this conclusion very quickly, if Raid CCs banded together and be like, listen, if Raid doesn't start treating their official CCs not better than, but equally to the CCs that are not Raid CCs, right? We are going to go on strike. We will stop making YouTube videos. We will stop covering events. We will stop streaming the game. That would be a needle mover. Until Raid CCs are willing to do that, Plarium's calculation will always be, it's better to give money to people who don't stream the game than to give money to the people who do stream the game. Because it's always an increase to give money to people who aren't going to play the game if they're not paid, right? That's the calculation. The only way you can flip that is if Raid CCs do come together. And honestly, there is conversation about this. Again, it's not something that's public, but CCs do talk to themselves, Raid official CCs, and they do discuss how to make Plarium treat them fairly, right? How to get Plarium's mindset away from the CCs that don't care about the game to people who do care about the game, right? And I think that's pretty fair. I think people should be thinking about that. You know, I do think Raid CCs should be like, you know, supported equally, but that won't happen until there is a downside for Plarium for not doing it. And obviously, like, we'll see how that develops, but that's the reason why Plarium can continue to ignore the Raid CCs and keep going the way they are. The videos are getting 1K, but like what we discussed internally, because he's part of my guild, is they want to reach out to new people, not all, because I did mention they don't give out stuff to guys officially, etc. Yeah. Let me see. The thing with the metrics on how well the YouTube videos did is irrelevant, right? Because the negotiation of how much money a CC is going to ask for is before they actually made any videos. So it's not like Plarium's going to be like, oh yeah, you know, we'll pay you if you hit X amount. The rates or the non-rate CC is going to be able to negotiate before the fact. Block revive. This block revive is such a good trade-off for me. Let's see what he does. If he block revives, this is really good for me. Okay. Okay, that's even better for me. That is actually even better for me. He has no dodge. He's got no dodge here. He's dead. Boom. Yeah, this could Traxa into Predator bait is so good. I'm not gonna lie. It's so good. He went for the block revive here. I'm not really sure what he was thinking. So this. Yeah, so when talking about how well the video did, it's not really that relevant. It's more so relevant what I asked, right? Is how big is the CC before Plarium, before he even put out the videos, right? Because that's what Plarium look at. Plarium look at coherent viewers on Twitch. Not really. But they look at coherent viewers on Twitch. They look at subscriber count. They'll look at average views per video. These are the metrics they'll look at. They don't care how many people click on the video that the CC makes. They care about how many subscribers this person has that are going to at least see the thumbnail. Right? That's where they'll be like, okay, this video, if this person's got 100,000 subscribers, at least half of them are going to see the thumbnail that he covered Raid Shadow Legends, right? They're going to see it. They might not click it. They might hate the game. They might not like the CC after he does this, but they will definitely see it, right? 50% or 30% or whatever the number is. Nothing too special, but rest of the team died to Arnie out the gate. I got lucky with Solinar getting unkillable twice. Good thing that wasn't me in the fight. I would have left the clan. Really? If me and you fight, you pick Solinar? Your Solinar puts unkillable twice when I'm about to kill him? I'm out, boy. I'm gonna go join Gong and them. I'm gonna fucking join Gong and them. I'm fucking out, bruh. I'm going back to AKG. I'm done. I'm out. I'm gonna go hang out with Reaper Man and them. Gotta chill out with Deacon and Insidious. I'm fucking out. YouTube shorts? What's this short?
This is how I legally
What's this?
scanned the most hated company. Also, this is how I legally scanned the most hated company. Also, I'm pretty sure they had to change their terms of service just because of me. If you've been on YouTube like at all, you've probably heard these words.
This video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
Now, I don't
Okay, I'm into this short. This short's got my attention.
have a problem with YouTubers getting a bag. I mean, everyone has a price, and I'll be honest, I'm no exception. But with Raid, it feels different. Maybe it's the cringy script they make you read, or the fact that the game just sucks. All I know is that I hate Raid, and I'm not alone in this opinion. Which is why when I got an email from them about a year ago to do a sponsored stream, I almost instantly deleted it. But then I got a funny idea. I spent the next 15 minutes reading the entire terms of service, and when I finished, I smiled. I had discovered a loophole in the contract. It was a way to not only screw over Raid and get paid, but most importantly, importantly, make it fun for my viewers to watch. So I started my stream, said hi to my 3 viewers, and started playing the game. The catch? I was streaming off my shitty old laptop, and nowhere in the contract did it say I had to maintain a certain level of quality or frame rate. It also didn't say I couldn't deep fry my mic or put Family Guy clips over the gameplay.
So tell me, chat, is this a W stream?
This is how I legally
Yeah. Definitely worth every penny Plarium gave that guy. Plarium handing out checks. Plarium handing out checks. Back to sick. Make Mr. Tam Gray again. The Marius ban. He's going for the block revived. I'm spooked. I'm going to have a few chances to strip him. So we'll see how that goes. Either he block revives me or I block revive him. AKG's a new clan now. Keck know it. Yeah, that clip there is pretty much on the money when it comes to talking about when it comes to like people who actually care about the game versus the people who Plarium give money to. Like actually just worse. Actually just making it worse for actual raid CCs to do something good with the game. Ooh, wow. Oh, good. Carnage, well done. Don't kill everyone. Don't be that guy. Okay, I'm dead. Okay, I'm dead. Go unkillable. God damn. He got me. He got me. Can I live? No. Oh, aspect. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I just need this Carnage not to kill me. Oh, lol. Well, Carnage didn't kill me. Someone else did. Go, Rolly. Yeah, he was too juiced up on nukas. Couldn't get through. I let him take too many nukas into me. But I was a little bit distracted by this clip. Now, again, like... Okay, there's so many things about this clip I can talk about. Like, this Robin Hood behavior of shitting on raid, it's Plarium's own doing. This is what I talk about. Like, this is an L in so many different directions. Like, the reason why nobody fucking likes the game is because Plarium literally keep giving money to people to cover the game who hate the game. What do you think happens? You think this is good for raid, for anyone? Do you think this was a good membership, a good sponsorship? Keep giving money to this sort of CC. Everybody who gets the bag from them, and Plarium also are subscribing to the idea of like any publicity is good publicity. It's not true. It's not true. Like better publicity is better than shit publicity. All right, like just do it better. There's a better way to do things. Not everybody you give money to should fucking say we hate the game. We just took the money. This guy being a Robin Hood again, like people get on their high horses when they take money from Plarium and they'll be like, hee hee, we're gonna rob them, hee hee. Like, calm down, big dog. Calm down. Relax. All right, relax. Oh, you know, Raid's the most hated game in the world, so we're gonna take money and we're gonna fuck it over. All right, well done. Proud of you. Good shit. You did a really good job. Like, I don't like the hypocrisy of the entire thing. But again, like, I'm not someone who subscribes to anything for the bag. So when someone says like, oh shit, you know, we ripped them off, we stole money from Plarium, it's a good thing, right? Not everything is justifiable because of money, in my eyes. You gotta have a principled stance. You gotta have some fucking conviction. If you hate the game, you hate the game, right? That's the side. Now, in Raid's point of view, this is bad for the community. This is bad for the non-community, right? The people who don't play Raid. This is bad for people who play Raid. Bad for people who don't play Raid. Bad for official CCs who actually struggle bringing new players into the game because they keep giving money to dumb fucks like this. They keep giving money to who is this guy? Royal Pair. Keep giving money to Royal Pair, right? This is a paid. This player paid for this. They paid good money to this guy to do this. And this is not the only one. There's so many sponsored videos. And the second or third video followed up is basically shitting on Raid and undoing everything, right? Because it's not in the contract to say you can't shit on the game after the sponsorship is done. During the sponsorship, you can't shit on Raid. But after that, they can do whatever they want, right? It's not like player going to ask for a refund. It's pretty funny. I hope that sue him. I don't know what you mean. Do you hope that Raid sues him? Fuck no. What are you going to sue him for? He's telling the truth. He's telling the truth. Like, what's he saying? Raid is a shit company, and then they exhibit shit behavior by doing exactly what they did. Right? Offering this guy money when he's not interested in the game. He's not really somebody who's gonna move the needle, right, in the right direction for Raid. And then this is where we're at. This is what I mean. They're nuts. They have amazing CCs. Why go out looking for something that don't play the game? They don't even do good events, right? They don't do like the amount of money they give to like these CCs that aren't really got like Raid's interest, even like their own interest, right? They don't really have a good way of basically looking for CCs to basically bring out in the right CC that's going to improve and grow the quality of the community, right? Like if they are doing sponsorships with Ninja Turtles, that's a good place for them to spend the money. They got good content out of it. They got good sort of champions into the game. There's a lot of nostalgia people feed into. When they did a Ninja collaboration, also good, right? Ninja's in the game. He's a big champion, or he's a good champion. He's a big content creator. Say whatever you want about Ninja, but he's smart enough to not say Raid is fucking stupid for giving me money. You need to at least do this, a little bit of due diligence before you go out and sponsor someone, before you collaborate, before you partner with someone, to be like, does this person really have our best interest in mind? Like, is this going to be a net positive or negative? Right? Because Ninja's smart enough to be like, let's not piss off the people who are giving me the bag. Right? Let's not piss off the people who I'm partnering with. Well, he's got good guys around him, right? He might get drunk on a stream and say some dumb shit, but you know, mostly he understands how things work. But like pumping out money to like randoms is a net negative for the actual community that exists. More people see this and they leave the game, not the other way around, right? People who see this will never play the game. Like, what are you doing? How old is this? How old is this? Please don't tell me it's old. Where can I see? Oh, it's 2023. Fuck. That means they're still doing it. They're still doing it. Since 2023? 2023, July. Yeah. They haven't stopped. They haven't stopped doing this. It's pretty silly. Early game is a bit shit, granted, but that's all they're judging it on. Stream is lag or my internet is shit. Maybe both. But no, stream looks fine on my end. But yeah, early game, again, like bringing people in brand new to play early game is like, yeah, it's really bad. Early game is quite bad. The champions are pretty shite. Like going through campaign is pretty bad. And especially if you get somebody who doesn't know what they're doing to do early game, the game is hella boring, right? You don't know what to expect. You don't know what you're getting into. There's not a lot of summons, right? So there's not even that. You can't even be like, okay, when you play games, they give you a ton of early summons so they can encourage people. Raid doesn't even have that. So if you give a sponsorship to somebody to cover the game, and you tell them to go stream the game early game, people are gonna be like, "What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?" Views, 35k views on such short. Fuck my life. The world is going down faster than expected. I mean, raid hate is pretty universal. You know, raid hate is pretty universal. Everybody who plays the game, everybody who doesn't play the game, is ready to shit on the game, and that's Plarium's fault. That is Plarium's fault. That's Plarium's own doing. People who play the game, people who don't play the game, both fucking hate the game, and they just you know, get around. Like nobody's gonna be like, yeah, you know, let's see what the those 3 viewers had the time of their lives. Bro had balls of steel to read the terms and conditions. The fact that the Family Guy clips are more quality than the actual game. Bro ended an entire company. Bro really fucked around with him so hard that he had to change the terms of service. Bro made the ultimate sacrifice reading TOS. Yeah, nobody's gonna be like, you know, I actually played the game and it's actually quite decent. No one's gonna be like, yo, I've actually played Raid Shadow Legends. It's not actually the worst game in the world. Because it's fucking not, man. It's not. Raid is much better than a lot of gacha games out there. But it has got the worst rep of gacha games out there. And it's deserved. Because that's just how Plarium like it. They just like being suckers. You know? They love it. Can't get enough of it. Still 35k. I mean, it's 2023. But 35k on a show, it's pretty big. What's his metrics outside of this show? Let's go take a look. 6 million subscribers. So that shows 6 million subscribers is crazy. 6 million subscribers? What is he, like a Minecraft YouTuber? 25k in 2 hours. Oh shit. Okay. I nearly fucked that up. Bad enough too. Yeah, Minecraft has got his own problems. Minecraft isn't perfect. Oh, Minecraft isn't perfect. But, you know, they don't go out their way to, you know, make it worse. I want this Carnage to counterattack me, and then I want him to counterattack me again. Right? Oh, he didn't kill me. I wanted him to kill me. Oh, this Maurice is going to kill me. That's good. The A1 is going to go into the Predator, or maybe into the Carnage. Probably into... Oh, it went to the Predator. The Kutraxa is dead, which is a good thing, because he could have block revived me. Put this here. Alright, let's see what he goes for. He could go for the AoE, or... Yeah, not doing enough damage. He's on 1 kill. Okay. But change forms. This should do it. This should kill everything. Boom. People, and especially children, on their phones 24/7. Yeah. I mean, 6 million is a crazy number, but again, the community for Minecraft online is pretty massive. Massive community. Yeah, like Roblox. Like, Roblox is infinitely worse than Raid is. But this is what I mean, the hypocrisy, right? This is what I mean, the hypocrisy. You have games in here that are 10 times worse. At least with Raid, it's consenting adults who fall into the predatory ways of Plarium, right? The predatory monetization. But with Roblox, you've got like underage kids gambling. Like it's kind of fucked. It's kind of fucked, you know. But again, it is a double-edged sword when you do a raid sort of sponsorship. He does the same with raid once his sponsorship ends. Fasty was quite instrumental giving Moonton some hard truths to improve war, so hoping he does same with the raid once his sponsorship ends. I mean, Fasty is a great content creator. He's really, really good. And he is quite critical of games, which I like seeing. But Fasty, at the end of the day, can only say, right? Fasty can only say it's down to Moonton, down to Plarium to fix their games, improve their games in the direction they want to. Moonton is a much better dev than Raid is. It's not close. Moonton are actually a super like community-oriented dev, way beyond whatever Plarium is. Plarium can't even come close to what Moonton does for their community. They've brought about such good change for their game. Raid could never, you know? So it's nice to see Fasty making demands to Moonton, but again, there are complications as well. There are complications to speaking out against Raid, right? If he starts making negative videos for Raid, do they stop his sponsorship? You know, is he really willing to put the bag on the line? You know, is he going to put the bag on the line? Right? The Raid CCs who actually have less to lose by being critical of the game are the ones that are the most critical of the game. You know, this is why I always talk about improving the game, because if they make the game better, it's good for me. Being critical of the game may not be for everybody, but if they improve the game, it's going to be good for everybody, right? If the community is healthier and bigger, it's better for me. But somebody who makes content for sponsorship, they have, you know, conflicting interest, which, you know, it is what it is. This guy's a Glycia picker, right? Go like this. No, like this. Seeing some positive changes in Raid approach to community, although it's a party little. Yes, there's definitely has been a bunch of improvements in Raid, and we are pushing for it. And the appetite from Plarium is changing. This is true, but you know, there is a long way to go. There is a very long way to go. Civic, what's going on? Are you stream sniping? No, I think that's what you would have banned anyway. But you just took your time there. I quite like that a few of the War CCs came over to Raid on sponsorships and seem to be enjoying it. Fastidious, Chatty Mango, and Artisan. Yeah, like also a nefarious sort of way that Plarium do these sponsorships is generally they don't even like care about the communities. They just want to hook big spenders in other games or people with big revenue in other games, right? Like one of the reasons why they could have just given the money to that 6 million subscriber, they'd be like, oh, if we give him 10K and he gets addicted to the game, right? If he starts putting some shards and gets some mythicals, he might just spend 10, 15K on his Raid account. Like, they would do that. They would do that. They would look at CCs who spend money in other games and they wouldn't even care about the community. They'd be like, we need this CC to well on our game. Let's sponsor him. The community is just a bonus. The community. How many CCs have done this? So many CCs sponsorship on the game have DM'd me personally. I said we came over from a different community because Raid sponsored us. We ended up spending 3 times the money they gave us. So when you see a YouTuber come out and make a video, it's like, I shit on Plarium. I fucking showed them. I took their money and I fucking scammed them. It was like, are you sure you didn't end up spending more money than they gave you? Are you trying to recoup the money that you spent on top of what the sponsorship was by this short? What's going on here? Yeah, there's a lot of CCs that get sponsored, and they say that, oh, I'll just spend my sponsorship money on the game. A lot of them do that. A lot of the smaller CCs don't do that, but bigger CCs definitely do that. Bigger CCs be like, well, I made like 6 bags, I made 10 bags. This is like free money. Let me just spend it in game. They spend those 6 bags and then they spend another 6 because, you know, they got a few mythicals and, you know, predatory approach. Even if you hook 1 or 2 of those guys, you're kind of making a killing. So that is also a thing as well. That is something Plarium would also try to do when it comes to sponsoring bigger streamers. What does the world come to? It's always been like this, man. It's always been like this. This is how the calculations get made by bigger corps. This is how bigger corporations move. You think these bigger corporations who make so much money are like ethical? It's always worth having a healthy amount of smoke for very rich companies, because you know they're getting up to this shit. You know they're getting up to some shit. I mean, again, there are people who do a lot of good things, but you know, in business, this is how business generally operates and see things. For them to be like, yeah, this CC will give him 10 and hopefully we make 20 from him. It's pretty normal. Is she gonna flip? She might flip it. Of course, but never been. Of course, not never, but been. Never been, but I mean society and the people. I mean, if it was down to people, they would ask for the best in their interest, right? It's just when moneyed interest gets involved, that's when people stop seeing people as people and people as metrics, and then they start justifying like money made in every sort of scenario, right? Everything becomes transactional, everything becomes a way to maximize profits and no longer about like people, right? They don't care about what's the best interest of the people, they just think about what's the best interest of themselves, right? I'm sure you're lovely people. You guys are lovely people, you know, but when someone's moving as an organization, you gotta keep them in check. You gotta keep advocating for yourself. You gotta keep asking for things, good things, right? Otherwise, if you just let companies like business as usual, they will be like, okay, let's do some whatever we can to basically get all the money out of everyone we can. They will do that, right? Because that's what it comes down to. It comes down to anything for the bag. If you can justify anything by saying we're gonna make this amount of money, then there's no end to that, right? This is why you always have to push back against people who are trying to make money from you, right? Otherwise, the greed will take over and they will forget to deal with you like a normal person. They will just see you as a number. They will just see you as like money, right? They'll treat you like money. They'll just extract you. Getting money like nothing and wasting it like nothing because it's nothing but an instrument at this point. You should definitely use your money as like an advocacy. You should use your money as like, you know, a support. A good example I'll give you is like, this is something I was thinking about quite recently as well, about like what buying water is Like buying water in the UK is super cheap, right? You know, alhamdulillah, we've got it really good. In the UK, if we want to buy filtered water and we don't want to drink tap water, we can do. But then I start thinking like the damage of buying bottled water is so crazy. Like, okay, I'm going to give you guys some news since we're here now, right? Bit of an announcement. Mrs. Streamer is expecting again. Alhamdulillah, it's good news. Mrs. Streamer is expecting again, right? My boy is coming up to 2 years now, and he's going to be 2.5. The due date expectancy is around about November time, right? So he's going to be 2.5. So we thought it would be a best time for us to basically have a second child. So this is exclusive. This is the first time I'm mentioning this. Right, I haven't mentioned this before. This is the first time me mentioning it. Mrs. Streamer's expecting. We had scans a few weeks ago, and everything is looking healthy. I'm really happy. I did want to bring it up before as well. I saw Ash made a video, and really made me feel like, damn, that's awesome. I was really happy for Ash. Like when he saw my reaction, I was super happy for him, and it hit me as well. At the same time, like, you know, Raid CCs are having kids now. And obviously Ash has got a boy too, so both of us is like second time being fathers. So I was super happy for him. He's having twins, by the way, so congratulations to Ash and his partner as well, and I hope, you know, everything goes well. But Mrs. Streamer is expecting again. Congratulations. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you one. Yeah, it's amazing news. It is amazing news. We were trying for quite a while, and I was a little bit worried as well, because we were trying for quite some time. But it happened, like we were trying for like 5-6 months, and then it actually happened. We were quite concerned because there were some complications when my first boy was born. They had to do an emergency cesarean. They had to do an emergency C-section on Mrs. Streamer, and her recovery was brutal. You know, that whole situation taught me a lot as well, on how to be like a grown-up. Like Mrs. Streamer needed a lot of help, a lot of support, and I was able to step up. I was able to basically, you know, really be supportive, which I'm super happy about. I encourage everybody to, you know, support if they have partners, if you have anybody, if you have sisters or mothers. It's so difficult. It is brutal. It's very, very hard, right? So I was able to basically learn, and I was super happy with, you know, what I became at the end of like where I am now is thanks to obviously my son being born, and the appreciation I have and the understanding and the worldview I have is from being a father and seeing Mrs. Streamer go through that and all those things. All that to say, Mrs. Streamer is in the first trimester, and in the first trimester you have a lot of sickness, you have a lot of sickness, and you have a lot of problems with like your diet. You know, you want to eat specific things, you can't stand specific smells and stuff. So Mrs. Streamers have been put off from tap water, and she wants to drink filtered water. So what I'll do is I'll go down to Aldi and I'll buy a bunch of water for her, right? And I'll be like, listen, you know, if you can't drink water, that's fine. You don't have to drink tap water. We'll buy you filtered water. And like the amount of waste that gets generated from like buying bottled water is crazy, right? Because the amount of plastic that gets thrown away, it's like an absorbent amount, right? So again, you got to be thinking about more than just in like how to improve the quality of your life. You got to be conscious of these other things too, right? Not to pollute. And if you really look at recycling, there's not really a way to recycle plastic. Like it's pretty bad, you know. Before we used to ship off, or at least like, you know, parts of the world used to ship off their plastic to China, and they used to deal with it. But since 2018, they haven't been able to do that. So, you know, you gotta be able to, you know, understand what corporations would look to do to maximize their profits, and you as people always have to push back against the profits of the company. This is why I always have conversation about monetization, and people are always defending Plarium. And I always say that is good for individuals to have smoke for people or for companies, right? Always push companies on not always doing or not only doing what's best in the bottom line, right? You have to push them to do the right thing. They won't do the right thing by default. If you think a company who's looking to make money is going to be ethical by design, you can just write that off. Business is not ethical. Business is not ethical. They won't do it like that. They won't be ethical. They will try to grab the bag wherever they can. This guy's kind of got me, no? This guy's trying to hit me with some stuff. So no more bins for plastic. I was praying that before. So no more bins for plastic. I was praying for that before. What do you mean? No more bins for plastic? What, do you mean like you want to throw the plastic on the floor? No. The best way to reduce, reduce pollution, especially when it comes to like plastic, is just don't buy anything that's plastic. I know that's crazy, but that's number one, right? Just reduce the amount of plastic you buy. If you are buying a ton of water or basically water, you can get around that by just buying, you can get around that by buying a filter. Put a filter on your taps, and then go for like tap water that way, right? Go for bottled tap water. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Exactly. Recycle is like legit a scam. But yeah. Reduce, reuse, recycle. The first two actually make a change. The last one doesn't make a change anymore, unfortunately. Recycling is a myth. Recycling's not really a thing. I know that sounds crazy, but trust me, I've looked into it. Recycling isn't a thing. But yeah, reduce and reuse. Reuse is the second best way to kind of get around, right? You basically gotta, if you use a water bottle, if you're using anything like that, basically try and reuse it. You know, try to reuse it. Try to use your water bottle again. Don't throw plastic products away. Even if you put it in the bin, there's still a, you're basically, when you put a plastic bottle in the bin, it doesn't get recycled. It basically gets thrown somewhere you can't see it. That's basically it. The recycling is just moving shit. Just so it's not in your backyard. That's basically it. I know a lot of people don't like to hear that. A lot of people don't like to hear that recycling isn't real, because it's massive copium. Whenever you buy plastic products and you be like, oh, we'll just put it in the green bin. We'll put it in the green bin, and that way our conscience will be clean, that we're not fucking just gonna throw this away. It's not true. When you put stuff in the bin, they don't have a good way to deal with plastic at all. I could get into why plastic is the way it is, but I'm not going to get into the entire thing, right? Like, we're not going to go into the oil digging and ethane and the whole thing, right? We could, but I think it's best to just cut to the chase and be like, yeah, recycling isn't recycling. Someone created Plasticline, turning plastic into gas. Yes. There was YouTube videos that people said that this one guy was like, plastic is a material that comes out from as a byproduct from digging up oil, right? So why can't you also turn plastic into a fuel, right? And again, the process that would make it turn plastic into fuel is so costly that it's not even something they want to consider. They rather just burn it at that point. They rather just like throw into the water at that point. it costs too much, right? And it actually costs too much to stop making plastic, right? Like when I said I don't want to get into further things, you'd be like, why don't they just stop making plastic? No, the reason why plastic is so cheap is because you can't stop making plastic if you are digging up oil. So that's another problem with plastic. You can't stop it. That's the biggest problem with plastic is not that you can't recycle it. It's because if you stop the generation of plastic, you stop the generation of oil, and all of a sudden, it's a bigger problem, right? You're now coming for a base of individuals or companies that will go well out their way to make it so you don't stop the generation of oil, right? And plastic is a byproduct of oil. There's a reason why it's fucking everywhere. You can't get away from plastic. There's so much plastic. I did lock him. I wonder if locking second form will be worth. Let me put this here. Is he going to change forms too? I doubt it. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. She's got sleep. Oh, I rebounded the sleep. Yeah, this guy's going to lose with his mythicals. Feels bad for him. He's going to lose with all these mythicals. That's really unfortunate. Can I kill him? No, magma shield. Well, good thing I still got... Oh, never mind. I got the revive. The magma shield giving me revive on death. Boom. Look at that. That's a good win. What was I saying? Hard plastic balls are bad and release chemicals if you reuse it. Now, that's incredible. It is incredible that you put. I've thought about the exact same thing too. Now, again, it's hard to peel between, right? There's two things, right? A, reuse plastics and don't throw them away. B is if you don't throw plastic away and you keep hold on to the plastic, there won't be any reason to buy new plastic. So, you know, is it propaganda? Is it propaganda to say, throw away your plastics and buy more plastics? Don't worry about it. We will recycle it, right? The reason why recycling is such emphasis on, and the people who push out the recycling ads and make the recycling to see it's as successful as we perceive it to be, is because they don't want the smoke. They don't want people being like, okay, we're going to stop buying plastic. Because if you stop the purchase of plastic, all of a sudden plastic becomes less and less sellable, right? And if you can't sell the plastic, if the companies like Shell can't sell plastic and get rid of their plastic holes, then they're just going to be left with more and more plastic. And it's going to be like, you need to move the plastic before you can mine more oil. So, you know, again, it could muddy the waters between the two things. Glass recycling is still important, and so is for cans. Yes, metal and glass are different. We're talking about plastic. So we don't want anybody to kind of be like, okay, Streamerman said recycling done, dusted. No, recycling plastics is bad because you can't burn it. To recycle plastic, if you burn it, and you would be like, okay, let's just burn it and drop it down. The problem is there's different type of plastics that need to be recycled in different ways, and you can't mix them together. They need to be separated. So if now you have to separate the plastics all together, all of a sudden it's just way too costly. It's way too costly already. There are multiple solutions for plastic, but none of them are economically viable, so they are not getting adapted. Yes, that's the biggest problem. The best way to deal with plastic is to reduce the use of it. That's number one. There is no viable way to actually deal with the plastic. And at this point, we need an unviable way to deal with the plastic. The problem is getting too big. Not everything has to make sense financially. Some things make sense like globally, right? And this is where we need to break away our brain from understanding if it don't make money, it don't make sense. That's not true. We need to get away from that. There are plenty of things that work but aren't like financially successful, right? And those things are important. It's important to have organizations that are not for profit, and there aren't charities neither, by the way. A good example is Royal Mail, right? If I was to give you an example, Royal Mail would be a good example. Royal Mail probably doesn't make any benefits or shouldn't be seen to make any benefits, because Royal Mail can't be like, okay, we're not going to go give some guy his post who lives in the suburbs, right? Or who lives remote somewhere. We're not going to give him his post because it's going to cost us too much to get there, right? Like companies or like institutions have to be able to get the job done, whether it is beneficial financially or not. And this is where we come down to actually having a system that works. Some things have to work, whether they are successful money-wise or not. When you start seeing things like this, then you will understand how you should be thinking about things. It's not just about the bag. Some things have to work. The NHS has to work. It doesn't have to make money, right? Educational system, we don't have it in the UK, but European countries, if the European countries start saying shit like, oh, the unis aren't making any money, right? And the free education that we're giving to people isn't translating into GDP growth, we should cut the fund. No, you dickheads. Education has an intangible value, right? There's intangible value to education that you can't numerate with GDP. You can't be like, oh, the GDP of the year did go up. We're giving free education away to people. Let's stop that. And the money that we're going to basically save from not giving free education, we can just add that to the GDP and it's a success. That's not how you run a society. That's not how things work. That's not how things get better. That's how things get worse. Right? So again, it's not always about this makes money, it's right. This doesn't make money, it's wrong. It's not how we should see things. You know? Who will pay for the many billions to fix it? Who's got billions? Who's got billions? Everybody pay a fair percentage. Everybody pay the fair percentage. Most leaders rather spend on war. No. It's not that they rather spend on war, it's they rather spend the money in military assets, right? And they rather give contracts to militaries. Not most, we're talking about America here, right? We're talking about America. We're not talking about most. We are talking about America. And America would and does love to spend money on their military, I should say. They do love doing that. But the problem isn't like the politicians like it or anything like that. They just want the contracts to go towards favored things. Raid Shadow Legend Krakens. Just everybody who spends money in Raid should have to pay for the tuition fees of somebody. If you paid a certain amount of money. But yeah, the leaders in America rather spend on war is because the people who are giving them the money to run their campaigns have contracts like that, right? So it's not just the military, it's also all different industries, right? It's not just the war industry. Although, Americans do have a massive problem on spending in the military. Or I think like 90% of their GDP, or maybe like even more than that, gets spent on the military, which is insane. But yeah, again, I don't want to talk about just America. I think we have plenty problems in here. This year, most of EU countries increased military budget. I mean, yeah, because America forced them to. Trump's like, you guys need to start giving us money. And you guys need to start spending more on your military. Literally doing the rounds, shaking the pockets of NATO to basically ask them to increase their spending on military. It's true. There are good countries. There are sensible countries who push back against it. The countries in NATO don't really, they're kind of cucked. So they don't have anything. Spain is a really good example. Spain, fucking W Spain. They said to Donald Trump, I think they have like, they spend, I don't know, they spend a percentage of GDP on their military, which is lower than all other European countries. And when they were asked to increase to 5%, they said, how about you go fuck yourself? You know, something along those lines, which is W Spain. W Spain for doing that. The King of England came to promote democracy, bro. Your mom gave you that job. Yes. You know how fucking insane that was? Yeah. The irony horse is fucking insane on that. Yes, I know. But don't you think it's crazy? A king went over to America, the no king land, and said, you guys need to stop having a king. You guys need to stop letting Donald Trump move like a king. It was the most insane thing I saw. Most Americans are dumb as fuck, so they didn't know what's going on. Hoss obviously is clocked in, right? Hoss knows what he's talking about. And there's a lot of people who know what they're talking about. But let's be honest, the Republicans are dumb as shit. They were clapping his speech throughout it. The only time the Republicans realized what the king was doing is when the news channels, who actually are a little bit educated, started covering it, right? When the news channel was like, fucking hell, the king came over here and he started talking shit, right? Like, yes. But the immediate reaction to the king going over to America was very positive. Donald Trump loved it. Everybody in Congress loved it. You guys like lapped that shit up. You guys like, oh shit, the king's here. We've got a king of our own, right? People loved it. Americans loved it at first. But he was basically saying there needs to be checks and balances and no, you can't go around and just fucking shit up, you know? It's kind of like the king was saying, we basically designed the world in our image. We designed it. You guys are just doing too much. Stop doing too much, right? There's a way to colonize and you guys are going too far. That's what the king said. He's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit, right? He's a piece of shit. But the people who are designing his speech are very fucking clever. Like the people who designed his speech were very clever. And they basically made it so the king himself was saying, a king is only allowed to do certain things. It was fucking insane. It was like the most insane speech. I do think that speech is going to go down as like, I don't think people are talking about it enough. I think that's going to go down as one of the craziest things that's ever been said. The English-French comment was peak. I didn't see the English-French comment. US is closed country, sorry to say that, but the media controls everything. Is a closed country. Yeah, I guess so. A lot of the media is controlled. I think it's bigger than that. I think it's bigger. I don't think America is only controlled by America. I think the whole world is controlled by and influenced by America. Right? So obviously, like, us people in Europe, we catch smoke from American propaganda. I can't even blame Americans for being brainwashed. We're fucking brainwashed and we don't even live there. We're brainwashed by America. My headphones died. Like, I don't blame Americans. The propaganda goes super fucking hard, even if you're not living in the country. So people who are living in the country, they've got no hope. The only good thing is, and it's not really much of a good thing, is the fact that they sort of have access to a good life, so they can acquire education much easier. Not than the UK. UK is probably easier to acquire education than America is, but and some European countries. But there's a lot of countries out there that are basically, you know, worse than America. So they should acquire information, and they should acquire an education that doesn't allow them to be so easily brainwashed, right? They should have a nuanced take on the world. But again, like, America doesn't really spend on education. They don't spend on like the national sort of healthcare. They just spend money on giving bombs to Israel to bomb the Middle East, really, like, you know. So, like I said, if somebody like me in the UK is influenced by media from America, and someone who's living in Europe is influenced, because you can see it. There's so many MAGA Europeans. It's wild. Like, people in the UK's attitude has changed towards migrants because of MAGA. It's actually blows my mind. It actually blows my mind. For the longest time, we said Americans are idiots, and now we are listening to them. It's dark. It's pretty dark. When you mentioned that the people don't know anything, so they know what media tells them. Yes, if you don't have a way to acquire information on your own, you're basically going to get told everything you know. And if you are told everything you know by media, then, you know, basically that's how propaganda works. They're literally going to tell you, you know, a bunch of bullshit. This comment is what I meant. This is really turning into a Shinny like stream. All these politics. Wait, did Shinny talk about politics? Bro, we need to have him on stream. Where's Shinny? Someone go DM Shinny. Say he's Author's talking about politics. Wait, what the fuck? Yo, Shinny, my guy. I need to have a conversation with Shinny. Or like, Shinny, what do you think? What do you think, Shinny? Nah, she needs to go. She needs to go. I don't know if we're gonna see eye to eye. He is from Finland, and he is from Finland. So I'm not really sure, you know, what his worldview is. He has a politics channel in his Discord. I mean, having a politics channel in your Discord and then like talking about politics, you know, on a live stream with you guys for so long, it's different ball game, you know. Like talking about politics live on stream versus, you know, just leaving in Discord is two different things. You gotta be about the life if you're doing it live. For that they fight TikTok so much the past 2-3 years. Yeah, they bought TikTok to make sure, you know, they're the ones control the propaganda. It's true. TikTok was bought. There was a lot of like actual really good journalism that was happening on TikTok. Even before America bought it, there was a lot of right-wing influence that was developing on TikTok. And now, like, sites like Twitter, sites like TikTok are fucking crazy propaganda. The fact that EU is increasingly its military budget and they start producing their arsenal is awesome. Fuck you, Trump. No. Spending on military is the goal. Like, is the goal of Trump. Whether you buy American or not, the goal is still to basically spend on military. Military expenditure is good for America. Doesn't matter how it goes. Even if you develop yourself, you're still going to be buying parts from America, because one fucking thing they do, or one thing that is, you know, advanced in America, it's not education, it's not welfare, it's not cars. Nothing really comes out that country apart from fucking baby killers, you know? That's the one thing that they make well, right? The baby killers. America makes baby killers like no one else. They make the best baby killers in the world. So yeah, America does make money. The victory isn't to make bombs, but not from America. The victory is to spend the money you would spend on bombs, improving people's lives in your country. That is the goal. Don't get duped. Don't get duped. Every time money your country spends on military, it's money they can't spend on your son's education, your son's welfare, your daughter's welfare, your daughter's education, right? Like, We need to start putting people in universities. We need to stop worrying about how we're gonna, you know, destroy this and that. And OnlyFans. Like 10 to 20 seconds. Let me see. My headphones did die, so what we got?
Said,
the French comment. Okay, let me hear the French comment. Okay, I'm interested.
With a glance at a map.
My headphones are dead though. Can I turn let me turn subtitles on and I'll read. I'll translate for the king. If you Americans that don't speak English, I'll translate for the king without listening to him, because obviously he's my king and we have like a spiritual connection, you know. God gave the right to my king to rule over me. Me lord, me kings, me kingship. What's me kingship saying? The divine ruler of England, your majesty, King Charles. Let's see what King's gonna say. What did he say?
This said,
you lip read real good? Yeah, he's got a mic in front of his lip. He's got like a light in front of his lip.
French friends can feel equally
this said,
at
our
home
French friends can
with a
feel
glance
equally
at a
at
map.
home with a glance at a map.
Indeed, you recently
commented, Mr. Trump.
But if it were not a
With a glance at the map. Yeah, the smoke for
Indeed, you
France was
recently commented,
ironic
Mr.
for
President.
sure. You know? He definitely had his speech written by some elite linguists, right? Like whoever wrote his speech, they were fucking on it. You know, there's a team of writers that are writing this speech. This speech was messy. It was messy but royal at the same time. It was such a good speech. And I wouldn't say it was good. It was fucking evil, but the way it was presented and the way it was worded was funny. At least I can read. I mean, what the fuck you mean? You know how much money? You know how much taxpayer money has gone into the education of the king? You think he can't fucking read? Bro, the royals. Oh, my camera died again. My camera can't take it. My camera can't take the heat today. There's so much money that gets spent on the education of the royals. Is insane, and the upkeep of the royals too. Right? It's insane. You know, it's an L for the UK for sure. It's a massive L for the UK that we have these people basically being like the most expensive diplomatic ambassadors in the world. Although, you know, they do get wheeled out. It is quite embarrassing for the king to basically get called up by the King of America and just be rolled around, and him having to say to Donald Trump is like, you know, I know, like I'm a king, but I don't do shit that you be doing. You know, I'm not allowed to do the shit you're doing. And even when my ancestors were allowed to do the shit you were doing, even then it was like questioned a little bit. Like, you're kind of moving mad. That's what the king was saying. The king was saying Donald Trump is moving mad, and you know, you guys aren't really pushing back against his madness enough. You guys need to stop his madness. That's basically what it was. It had some clever, quirky moments for sure. Yeah, he had some jokes in there as well. It's funny the No Kings movement didn't have a problem with the actual king. Wasn't it Zora Mamdani who said that I won't meet the king in private until he returns the Koh-i-Noor gem back to India? I think that was pretty fucking sick. I thought that was pretty fucking sick. But again, like, what the fuck the Democrats gonna do? You can't stop the king from coming to the country. Like, what's the No Kings gonna do? Are they gonna show up to the airport? They're gonna protest? And to be honest, like, No Kings as American means no king in America. And the No Kings movement is good, because by saying No Kings means that there are kings, right? People are moving like kings. So that's a really good, like, raising awareness on where the country is. By saying No Kings makes people think like, what the fuck are you talking about? Is there a king here? And then people will be like, it's not an actually being a king, it's moving like a king, right? Which is anti-American, right? Americans don't believe in monarchies. They aren't supposed to be this consolidated power in one. They're supposed to be a democratic country, which, you know, then let's be honest. There are good things about America, but you know, the democracy is a bit of a sham. Not gonna lie. The Democratic Party themselves is a bit of a sham as well. I mean, same in the UK as well. But we got a Green Party stunning, so that's good. No kings equals no communist. No, I don't think that's what it means. The no kings doesn't mean no communist. I think the people who did the no kings rally are closer to communist, and the people who want a king are more away from the no kings rally. No kings does equal communists. They are communists. No kings. Oh, okay, equal. Sorry. No kings. Right. The no kings movement people. Right. They are communists. I think there is massive hatred towards communism in America, towards communism, right? There's a lot of hatred pushed out through propaganda against the USSR. Oh my fucking days. Where are we going with this? Okay, last point. There is massive anti-communism propaganda, and every time somebody asks for normal social benefits, they just label it as communism. Whenever somebody says we should have free education and free education should be paid by the richest people in the country, they were like, you're being a communist, right? They were like, we should have free healthcare because the richest people in the world should be, or not the rich people in the world, the richest people in America should be able to pay a little bit more so we can subsidize the healthcare of poorer people, right? People who can't afford healthcare. They label it as communism and then they write it off. That's what you're gonna break away from, right? It doesn't matter what you label it as. You can call it communism, you can call it socialism, you can call it kingship, call it whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't matter. All that matters is you have free education, you have free healthcare, you have good standard of life. Fuck about the labels. Nobody cares about the label. It doesn't matter if they call you a communist. It doesn't matter if they call you a socialist. It doesn't matter what they call you. As long as your standard of life is improving, as long as the people's country's standard, the minimal standard increases, that's all that's important. Don't let anybody in a reactionary way just label you as something and then just be like, no. You know, you're talking like a communist. You know else who was communist? The Russians. We hate Russia. What kind of fucking thinking is that? Nothing's free. It's got to be paid by someone, dude. I just fucking told you who's going to pay for it, right? I just told you who's going to pay for it. You tax the rich and you get the money and then you fund things. You don't like hearing it. A lot of people are like, no, not the rich. No. That's what you do. That's what you do. People like tiptoe around it. I'm not going to tiptoe around it because, like I said, this is the last point I'm going to make. I'm going to tell you directly what it is. The people who make billions, when we talk about rich, we're not talking about you who owns 4 houses. We're not talking about you, depending on what 4 houses you own. We're talking about the mega rich. We're talking about when you're out of control. We're talking about the people who make billions. Not you who has like 3 houses or 4 houses. Or maybe you deluded to your... People delude themselves. I'm not talking about you directly, but people do delude themselves. When they buy like 3 or 4 houses, they'll be like, I'm going to be a billionaire one day. It's like, no, motherfucker. You're not. You're not going to be a billionaire one day. You shouldn't defend billionaires because you feel like you're going to become it one day. That's not the case. If you become a billionaire or if somebody becomes a billionaire, it's not going to be through a fair system. It's not going to be through a fair system. It's because there needs to be a redistribution. There needs to be better quality of life for everybody. The rich don't have enough to pay for free. So, oh, they don't have enough? Oh, poor rich people. No, my rich. God damn, dude. That doesn't work. The rich don't have enough. You're telling me the rich don't have enough? That's insane. Do the math. Okay, you want me to do the math on all the billionaires in the world and then tell you? You know the math we can do? Look at how many homeless people there are. Look how many uneducated people there are. Look how many people are in debt because of healthcare. And you want to defend the rich people rather than saying, how are we going to sort out the people's lives who are homeless, who are without medical help. You don't want to defend those people, but yet you want to cry and you want to say that don't take money from rich. You know how fucking insane that is? Why don't you give a fuck about the people who are homeless? Right? Like, there's two things. Either you want the rich people to pay for the people who are broke and on the streets and they got nowhere to go, or you want those people to be homeless. Right? So this is what I say to my friends all the time. Mrs. Streamer's ringing me. Let me take a pic of this. Yeah, that's this. Mrs. Streamer needs my help, so I'm gonna go. Very quickly, last thing. There's one thing I tell my friends all the time. You either want to deal with people who are homeless or you want people to be homeless. There's no two ways about it. That's the best example to give. Because I can give other examples about education. You can want people to be educated or you can want people not to be educated. And people will be like, education is not good for you anyway, which is fucking crazy to say, but that's just one thing. But homeless is the best thing because everybody knows nobody wants people to be homeless, right? That's one thing you either want people to be homeless or you don't want people to be homeless. Once you realize you don't want people to be homeless, then you're on the right way to come back. It doesn't work if you pull all the money into your army. All right, I'll be right back. Let me get with the gate. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm not defending them. You gotta learn about economics and stop listening to communists. Dude, I just told you. It's about the improving the standard of the life. It's not the label. You're doing the same thing. When we're talking about policy, you're talking about labels. This is exactly how you avoid the whole outcome in the situation. You want to give labels and not talk about solutions. You want to basically say don't tax the rich, defend rich people. I don't know why. There's a fair amount of there's a lot of this. There is a lot of this. I do get surprised whenever people do defend rich people so openly. You know, I do find it quite interesting. But yeah, it's not about listening to what type of person. You listen to what they're suggesting as an improvement, right? That's what you got to focus on. Whenever you be like labeling people and whenever you're saying, oh, no, this is what the Russians did. It wasn't successful there. Pretty much always fails though. increasingly, like, Jesus fucking Christ. Do you think we're physically going to do bank transfers from like rich people to poor people's bank accounts? Like, what are you fucking, come on, think. We're going to use the money that is taxed from the incomes or from the wealth, not income, because there's fucking ways to dodge that. Use the wealth, use the portfolio, complete portfolio, to tax that revenue that they have, and then use it to improve the standard of the life. It's not a bank transfer. Like, what do you think they're gonna do? What do you think? They're gonna fucking bank transfer 100k into a poor person's account? Fucking, are you crazy? No. You're gonna build houses that are gonna be used to home the homeless. That's the step. If you don't understand this concept, then like, what do you think is happening? You're like, oh, they're gonna basically break into, here's what people think. They're gonna break into rich people's house and start taking shit off the walls. That's what's gonna happen. Whenever you talk about taxing rich, this is what happens in people's brains. They'll be like, oh yeah, there's gonna be riots everywhere. The people are gonna be breaking into rich people's homes and be taking like art off the wall and shit. No, it's not gonna happen. That's not how it happens. Basically, socialism always can't go away from the label. Sometimes it doesn't matter about the label. What it matters is, how do you improve the quality of the people's lives? It doesn't matter about the label. Neoliberalism is what we've been doing, right? Like, I could say, well, whatever you're suggesting is neoliberalism, and that's what we've been doing for the last 20 years. It hasn't worked. But that's, why would I give you a label when I can just talk about what you're saying, what you're suggesting as improvements? We're suggesting as improvements that we should increase the quality of life from the bottom people up. You're doing the same thing, really. And a lot of people fall into this trap as well, where they don't see the systemic improvement. They just look at labels, or they'll associate a policy with a brand that's already been heavily propagandized against, right? They'll say giving any, or like redistributing wealth from the top back into the system is socialism, and it's bad, and it's communism, so we should never do it. And then you never have a conversation about it. That's the problem. That is a problem. No one's saying communism is good. Nobody's saying socialism is good. Whatever. Nobody's saying neoliberalism is good. Nobody is saying the version of democracy we have is good, right? That's not the argument. The argument isn't like branding. The argument isn't like, we move past that. We need to be able to talk about policy directly, right? We can't just be like, oh, I vote Labour. Like, even in the UK, people don't vote for Labour anymore because they realized it doesn't matter if the party says it's Labour. It's not for Labour. Like, we need to get with times. The times aren't no longer for, oh, they're socialists, so we're not going to go with them, or that's the Conservative Party, so we're not going to vote for them. So many people who used to vote for Labour vote for Conservatives. So many people who used to vote for Conservatives, they both vote for Reform. Right? Reform's a racist party. Whenever someone brings up a policy from the Reform Party, nobody ever says like, oh shit, that's very racist, or that's how racists do it. But only when somebody wants to increase or improve the quality of life of the lowest people, then people are like, oh, that's fucking socialism actually. But it's okay to be racist, right? It's okay to be racist. It's okay to be sexist. It's okay to be anti-Semitic. But if you're going to be touching the top guy's bag, that's socialism. We will shoot you in the street. This is where we're at. I'm not like fucking like playing the race card or anything. If someone wants to, if a Reform guy came to me and he told me a racist policy, I'll say the policy is bad because racism is generally a fucking suicidal theory. I wouldn't be like, you're a racist, therefore no. You would still talk to them. They're racist. Yes, they're racist. Their policies are racist. But you explain to them that bigotry is suicidal it's a suicidal theory. Like it's a suicidal way of life. If you become more and more bigoted, eventually you're going to become more and more oppressive, and the oppression is going to come back to you. What are Reform, Restore, racist? Oh shit, did you change Reform's name? Because they want to get rid of illegal immigrants. They don't want to get just rid of illegal immigrants. They want to get rid of all immigrants. Man just said Reform, Restore. Are you really, Are you a Reform enjoyer? Did they change their name to Restore? Restore is a different party. Damn, I never heard of Restore. You heard of Restore? What is Restore? Reform, Restore. Reform or Restore. In context of the UK, Restore Britain and Reform UK are both right-wing. Anti-immigration parties, but they are different. Obviously, it's AI overview, so we're not going to read too much into it. But they are different. Okay. They differ significantly in their scale, ambition, and purpose solutions. All right, okay. Well, if I've heard of Reform and I haven't heard of Restore, I bet you any money Restore is to the right of Reform. And that's pretty crazy. Reform is the right of Conservative. And people don't out and about say, like, okay, there was a time where education was better and people were less racist, that people wouldn't out and about admit that they voted from Conservatives. And now we've got Restore. This is an actual thing. My colleagues, because I'm a brown person, wouldn't come up to me and they say that we voted for Conservative because they knew they were anti-immigrants, right? They were anti-immigrants. Restore are more right than Reform. It is alarming that you know what Restore actually is. We want our country back. Shut the fuck up, Binavo. Oh, Binavo is fucking on it. What are you talking about? Is socialism though? It's not different. Oh, Jesus Christ, we're still saying. When my parents lived under socialism, they explained that everybody had a house. And where did house come from? From the same people who pay taxes. Here's the thing, like anecdotal socialists, it can go either way. There are people who move from socialist countries and say, well, my country has socialism and it's bad for this reason. And then there's people who say, my country is socialism, so this is the benefit or this is the bad thing that happened there. This is why we need to break away from like team sports. Stop calling it socialism, stop calling communism, stop calling it neoliberalism. What it works and when it doesn't work, what has been working, what hasn't been working, right? Like, let's move forward. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about the labels. Nobody cares about the tags anymore, right? Reform and Restore makes sense. The fact that we're here. Illegal immigrants can be any race, color, or creed. Anti-immigration is a immediate racist fixation. That's entirely what it is. No person migrates to this country wanting the worst in the interest of this country, and they're not bad for the country. So whenever you base your movement, your way to fix the country around immigrants, you are taking the attention away from what the actual problem is. This is what I'm going to say on immigration. I'm not going to get offended that you're probably a Reform or Restore enjoyer. That's fine. You can be enjoyer of it. But I'll tell you one thing. Whenever you move away from the issue that is actually there, you're going to land on the people who are coming into the country are destroying the country, and it's not true. I'll tell you once, I'll tell you 100 times. The people who are coming into the country are a much smaller problem than the actual problem, which is the wealth disparity. The destruction of the NHS isn't due to the immigrants, right? Our conditions are getting worse because we have this mindset. We have the mindset is the immigrants that are making the NHS worse. And because we are focusing on the wrong thing, we're not addressing why the NHS is actually getting worse. It's continuing on the path of destruction. NHS has gotten so much worse. Every time we point the finger to the person coming in from a different country who's not even allowed to get any free NHS treatment, right? I have plenty of people that come into the country. They aren't allowed to get free treatment from NHS, right? But yet we want to fixate on that. And we don't want to talk about the actual problem. Immigration is important to any country. See what happens to Japan now. Immigration is massively important. It's beneficial. But when you listen to Reform and you listen to Restore, the propaganda they're going to push you is not, oh, the people who are giving us money, the billionaires, are the problem. The problem is going to be listen, be more racist. And whenever somebody comes into the country, they're the problem, right? Whenever someone tells you this, you listen. But because you're in the reform circle, in the bubble, you're going to get propaganda. You're going to get propaganda, poor people coming in from African countries, poor people coming from European countries, poor people coming from South American countries, poor people coming in from Asian countries. They're the problem. They're not the problem. They are not the problem. The problem is the destruction of our social, I say call it social security. We haven't used that term in a long time, but the destruction of our social security isn't due to immigration. Just because somebody came from Poland, or just because somebody came in from Lithuania, or just because somebody came in from fucking, I don't know, Netherlands or whatever, isn't the reason why the NHS is bad. The NHS is bad because the funding that's going into the NHS isn't to the standard it needs to be, right? The money that's going into the NHS isn't to the standard. The recruitment isn't up to the standard, right? We got more doctors coming in as immigrants. Well, what do you want to do? Do you want to make the immigration process harder so we get less doctors into the country? The queues for NHS are so crazy already. You want to make immigration even harder so it's harder for us to get doctors into the country? What are we doing? You're talking about legal immigration. Most don't have an issue with legal immigrants. The issue is illegal. It's not true. It's not true. The only way that you can deal with this illegal immigration you're talking about, because I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the people who come in from a different country, right? Let's talk about immigrants as a general, right? Immigration only happens when the condition of a life of a person can be improved by going to a different country, right? Now, the illegal immigrants that come into this country don't have any right on social securities, right? They don't have any right to UC, they don't have any right to treatments, right? What is the problem in them and being in the country? They'll come in the country, they'll do cheap fucking labor, they'll do really cheap food, they'll do really cheap labor to make businesses work. The conversation around illegal immigrants is so stupid, it's insane. Even the ones that are coming in illegally aren't getting any benefits that a British citizen is entitled to, right? I'm born here. My dad, born here, right? 2 generations. My grandfather fought in the army, fucking survived, came here. When people look at me, they're like, oh, can we see some papers, please? What are we talking about? The immigration isn't the problem. You're only going to make the lives worse of the people. You're not going to improve the lives. Immigration, even if there was 0 illegal immigrants, it wouldn't fix the GDP of the country. It wouldn't fix the NHS. It would continue going down the same route because they're not the problem. The problem is the funding that going to the NHS isn't to a substantial amount, isn't efficient. The way the NHS is run, it just doesn't have enough funding. How do we check their backgrounds if they don't have all that info? What info? Immigration searcher. No, they aren't. Who's they? They are targeting everyone. But you better tell me why immigrants come, not for social guarantees, but for a better life. That's why the grey class. No, you think that when my grandfather came here, like, he came to destroy the country? You think the immigration that has happened, that does happen, is like bad for the country? It's not. It's good for the country. The labor force goes up. The jobs being done are going up. The revenue, the tax that's being paid is going up. It's two-way. It's two-way. Not only are you not going after the problem, which is billionaires not paying tax, you're going after the people who are trying to get into the system to pay tax. You're not making it better. You're effectively making it worse by targeting immigrants. A, by ignoring the actual issue, and B, by affecting the people who want to become taxpayers. It's insane. It's actually insane. This is why the fixation around immigration is just not right. Legal immigration is good. It's a win-win. Nobody comes into the country. No immigration that happens to this country is bad for the country. Legal immigration you're along with, I assure you, once you go to immigration, once you go to the immigration route, the next path is very normally going to be a racist route. If an immigration is legal, then you're saying it's fine. If it's illegal, what's the problem? If someone, okay, we're saying illegal immigration. What's the problem? How are they going to destroy the country? Let me just ask Reedy this question, because he's about this. What's the problem with illegal immigration? Let's say somebody enters this country. Now what? Don't make me bring up those gangs. What gangs? What fucking gangs? Bro, I don't know where you're getting your news from, but this is crazy. Are you telling me the rape gangs? Okay, Reedy, you're telling me oh, goddamn, Reedy, you're down the rabbit hole. Jeez. Okay, you're telling me, Reedy, right, that people are coming in this country to be in those gangs? So people come into this country one by one or all together to make gangs. That's what you're saying. And these people are no. What are you saying then? That's what you're saying. It's just their culture. Oh shit. You think it's in some culture that to do like rape gangs? Fuck. Alright. Well, okay. I'm glad these are the ops I have. But I'm gonna let Reedy finish. What culture is that? Bin, like this is self-vindicating. I was mostly joking. Okay. Good one. Funny. No. This is good. This is good. Whenever we ask the question, it's good because you listen to the answer, and then when everybody sees the answer, we'll be able to see. So we're making jokes about it's in the culture to form rape gangs. These grooming gangs consist of illegal immigrants. Okay, no. Are you telling me people are coming into the country to form rape gangs or like to join rape gangs? That's what you're telling me? Because you can't have both. You can't be like, there's crime in the country and the crime is done by illegal immigrants. Therefore, the illegal immigrant, before he came into the country, came with the intention to do rape. The fuck kind of logic is that? Like, don't you think, isn't there any separation? Do you think somebody who is like fleeing their country, right? Let's say somebody comes from a country that is less developed than the UK. They are more likely to get away with the rape than they are in the UK. Why would they come to the fucking UK to do it? God fucking damn it, so stupid is insane. So stupid is insane. Let me go to a country which has got a good rate on catching these criminals than rather doing it in a country where I can get away with it. So why do you want illegal immigrants? No background check. Okay, I don't want illegal immigrants. You want them not to come in. The reason why I want illegal immigrants, I don't want to, but the reason why they would want to come in is because they want to improve the quality of their life. And their life quality isn't going to be improved if they go around raping people. What is wrong? What can't you understand? Somebody comes into this country to make their life better. Nobody goes to a shithole and says, let me go to the shithole and make it worse. That will make my life better. Who's made these arguments to you? Who have you spoken to? Like, when someone is in a different country, but like, let me go to the UK, maybe my life will improve. Right? Okay, not even in the UK. My life sucks. I live in any country. I don't want to blast them. People are very proud. No, I don't want to say that. I live in this non-developed country. It's not developed. We get bombed all the time, or my neighbors are getting bombed all the time. There's commotion all the time. There's no electricity. There's none of that. Let me go to somewhere to improve my life. Oh, what am I going to do when I get there? I'm going to join a fucking rapist gang. Okay, they want to improve the quality of their life. Why can't they come in legally? Because they can't. Because they can't come in legally. Now you're saying that it's when they come in, they don't have any bad intentions, right? Because before you were saying they want to join rape gangs. Right? Because before you're saying they want to join rape gangs, but now you're saying it's not. Why can't they? How do you explain this to a person? They don't have money for electricity. Are you listening? They can't afford to. They can't afford to. Right? So they can't really make it across because of the visa application, because of the way it's set up. They can't afford to. If they don't leave, that they'll be shot. Yeah, So a lot of people are like leaving like war zones. Stop putting words into my mouth, buddy. Bro, when you make an argument, when you are saying the rape gangs, you said it yourself. You said rape gangs, and now you're saying stop putting words in my mouth. You said rape gangs, they are illegal immigrants. And I said to you, why are you saying illegal immigrants in rape gang is basically the only thing they're here to do? Foreign national groups most often mentioned in UK prison or conviction statistics include Albanians, Romanians, Poles, Pakistanis, Afghanis, Eritreans, Vietnamese, and Jamaicans. Again, not illegal immigrants are in grooming gangs. Of course not. Not all illegal immigrants are grooming gangs. Yeah, like this is the point of immigration, right? We'll get back to immigration. In terms of immigration, now you understand nobody comes into the country to make the country worse, right? So the first argument was immigrants are bad because, you know, they want to do bad things or they're going to make the country worse. I've told you they're not bad for the NHS because they can't get anything from the NHS. They're not bad for UC because they can't get anything, not entitled to any UC. Now you also agree that they don't come over to do crime, right? Nobody leaves a country to go to a different country to do crime, especially when they're more likely to get caught, right? So now we've washed all those away from you, right? We've washed all those arguments back. Now you're going to tell me that the problem with immigrants is because they can't get a visa. They can't get a visa to come into the country. That's why they're the worst thing. And the first thing I want fixed in the country is that these immigrants coming over don't have a visa. Now, this has been massively productive. This has been massively productive. You're not gonna like me for saying this. You probably didn't. It wasn't comfortable for you, but these things are very important. Immigrants do not increase the crime rate. They never have any intention to come into a country to do crime when they're more likely to get caught. That's absurd. They do not make the NHS worse because they're not entitled to anything from the NHS. They don't make the social securities worse. They aren't entitled to social securities. Next time when you reform or restore, people want to say that to you, say these three things. And then we'll compare. Now let's compare. We've come down to people entering the country without visa because they can't get a visa versus people extracting millions and billions from the economy and avoiding taxes and not paying into the NHS. Which is a bigger problem? I'm going to ask Reedy. Reedy, do you think the person who enters without visa is a bigger problem, or the people who are sitting on billions of wealth and not paying the right amount of tax, not an increased amount, just the normal amount, the legal amount? Should we be enforcing people to pay the correct amount of tax before we should be looking at people who enter the country without visa? Because it's an argument when you say they're coming in to do rape. It's an argument when you say they're destroying the NHS. But we've moved away from those arguments. Now the argument that you said is they're coming in without visa. So is it more important to stop people to come in without visas, or is it more important to basically get people following the law, get billionaires paying the right amount of tax? I never said anything about NHS. That's fine. We leave the NHS. I gave the example. One of the things that the reform says, the guy who knocked my door and he said that we want you to vote for reform, and this is what they say. Answer the question. How many countries did they come through to get here? Yet you say they can't come in legally because they can't afford electricity. How did they get here without money or documents? Bro, they came illegally without documents. A lot of them die on the way here. A lot of illegal immigrants die making it to the UK. All right? So I want you to understand that. They are risking their life. They don't have whatever much they have, they sell it. And all they can afford is to illegally come into the country. There is a lot of people who pay an absorbent amount. Immigration is a business for the UK government. I know how much money my cousins have paid to come into this country. It's insane. They have sold their bloody ancestral lands to come here because they want to improve the quality of their life. They work fucking forever. Like, you are looking at somebody who just wants to improve the quality of life versus someone who has so much money but is illegally trying to hold those funds back, not pay the legal amount. I'm up for billionaires and millionaires paying their fair share of tax. Of course, I know it's sad. Okay, I'm not trying to guilt trip you here. Okay, no. You say I'm up for billionaires and millionaires for paying. Okay, now this is important. Which is more important? What's more important? Billionaires and millionaires basically starving the economy and not giving their fair share and illegally. We're not even talking about increasing the tax, by the way. I'm not saying we'll increase the tax. Just the legal amount of tax that's required isn't paid by billionaires. Should we enforce that before we look at these migrants that, or immigrants, you want to call them immigrants? Immigrants is right. Immigrants that come into the country. Who's the bigger problem? The people who come into the country don't get any benefits, or the people who get everything but don't want to pay the fair share in tax, don't want to follow the law? What's a bigger problem? We're talking about this more than an hour, but they don't pay a lot. You're talking about apples and pears. I'm not talking apple pears here, but both are important issues. Increased crime rates from illegal immigrants and rich people not paying their fair share of tax. I think both should be addressed. There is no intention. We've already got past this. I'll ask you again. Do you think immigrants come into this country to do crime? Do you think illegal immigrants are coming into the country to do crime? Because at that point, you just be like, well, yeah, apparently. No. Don't say apparently. Don't say apparently, because then you're going to be like, I didn't say that. So you're saying people would come from a country that's not developed into a developed country to do rape, so they're more likely to get caught. That's a minority who spoilt it for the others. No. We're not blaming others. We're talking about you here. We're not blaming others. We're not saying, oh, some people came to the UK because they wanted to rape, and some. I will tell you, zero amount of people. When people are looking to flee their country, they're not like, let me go into a developed country and have sex. Come on, man. Like, they're not like, let me go to a different country and have sex. We're going to move on. We're going to move on because I think it's a question that you can sit with. Immigrants illegally coming into the country to improve the quality of their life, right? They want to have better work. They want to be able to pay for the normal things they want. And if England is developed enough, then if they want to come here and pay and become part of the legal workforce, that's good for the economy, not bad. The other thing is certain immigrants, yes. If you think people in a lesser developed country come over to do rape, you're a racist, right? You're literally a racist. If you think someone wants to do rape, well, A, you're racist, and B, can you answer me, why don't they just do rape in their own country? Why don't they just do it there? Joe Lex is saying yes. So Joe Lex, can you tell me why don't they just do it on their own country? Why do they want to come here and do crime? Why do they want to do crime over there? They do. So if they're doing crime there and they're doing crime here, why are they coming here to do it? They do. Okay, so according to Joe Lex, people in the country are doing it in theirs. But why did they come here to do it? More money? Bro, do you think someone's paying them? You're insane. You're clinically insane. Okay, now you're saying there's people who are paid to do this. You're clinically insane. You are clinically insane. That's what crime is. You need to get examined. You actually need to get examined. Like, really is stuck between his propaganda and like his will to improve the country. You're just fucking trolling. Like, you're not even trolling. You're a straight dumbass. You're a straight dumbass. Really is stuck between, like, I can see where Reedy's coming from. Reedy wants the best way to improve the country, but he has been given talking points and he's been basically convinced that the issue of immigration is bigger than it is, and we're having a conversation to basically roll that back. You're insane. You need to take a hard look at your country. Where are you from, Joel X? Me and Reedy are from the UK. Where are you from? What the fuck? Where are you from? This died because you said not wanting immigration is racist. I want immigration. I think it's amazing. I just want illegal immigration. No. I didn't know. If we're talking about putting words in people's mouths, I did not say that really. And I want to be clear on this. I'm saying if you think people in a different country want to come here to do rape, that's because you think people from a different country are fucking feral, right? You think people in a different country think rape is okay, right? That's the mindset you're working with. That's what it is. When you say someone in a different country migrates to this country and then is more likely or less likely or likely to join a rape gang, is because you're saying they are people that do rape, right? You wouldn't say somebody's coming in or someone who did rape in this country is like, oh well, you know, because there's one rape happened in this country, everybody who's coming in, they all getting influenced by that one person. Yeah, Joel X is not telling me where he's from. They're untouchable in Europe. Say a bad word about them and you will be guilty. True story. The untouchable in Europe. So I don't know what that means. That's not what I meant. But I get how it came across. It was just one example of the crime used by a small percentage of illegal immigrants. Again, the crime that's been done is not the intention of the immigrant that's coming into the country. And again, you've realized that if a small amount of criminals are immigrants or illegal immigrants, as you called it, immigration isn't the number one issue. It's a small issue that's been blown out of proportion to be thrown as a distraction so they can feed off the frustration, right? They can feed off the frustration of the corroding police system, let's say, the corroding law system. You probably feel frustrated that why are people doing heinous things, right? Crime is going up. Why is crime going up, right? Again, you have been told that crime is going up and the reason for it is immigration. It's not true. If you look at the crime numbers, the crime is mostly committed by people who are actually citizens of the country. It's not illegal immigrants. Just because you're told that, or you are seeing on BBC, on Sky, that there is an illegal immigrant that's been reported to do a crime, it doesn't mean they're systematically coming in to do this, right? At that point, it is racism. I'm sorry. If you say a brown person did something and the brown person was an immigrant and you say, okay, we need to stop immigration because they keep coming in and doing rape, that's a racist conclusion. You can't say you're putting words in my mouth at that point. That's what it is. Like, you might be duped into it. I don't think you sincerely want to be known as it or be one. I'm sure you want to have a non-bigoted mindset. But if you say an illegal immigrant who is not British or whatever it is, or it doesn't matter what the color is, they came in from a certain country. Let's remove countries or anything. Let's just label them as immigrants. If you say immigrants, any immigrant that comes from not UK and they're coming into UK, they're coming here to do rape because one guy did rape. That's a imperialistic way of thinking about it. Is thinking about we're better. We're not better. Our standards of life are better, and that's what they want, right? The reason why we are maybe more educated is because we have more comfortable lives and we can educate ourselves, but we're not innately better than anyone. Right? Just because an immigrant comes in doesn't mean that he's fucking worse than us or he's less than us or he's more prone to doing rape or crime or any crime. Let's just say any crime. Piers Morgan is to blame. There is a lot of propaganda out there. Piers Morgan he's a grifter for sure. A lot of these people who push this type of propaganda, they don't believe it themselves. They just say it just to fucking confuse and pollute people's minds. Do British people go other countries and... Brother, are you fucking stupid? What do you mean British people? Are you actually saying that it is because we're British that we're better? What the fuck is wrong with you? Actually an idiot. Actual idiot. Like, do you actually think that British people are better innately than anyone else in the world? If that's your case, normally people would ban you, but like, we've got more than 2 brain cells to be able to ask you questions. Do you think British people are better than other people in the world? It was a question. No, okay, I'm gonna ask you a question. No, British people don't do that. And if one British person did that, I wouldn't say all British people do that. You fucking idiot. Joe is American. He thinks we are. Okay. Joe is American. So, do you think British people are better than other people, Joe? I'm British. Reedy's British. There's black British people. There's brown British people. There's Asian British people. There's white British people. Do you think we're better because we're British? I told you the Fox News effect, mate. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay. That's why I originally asked the question if he's from America or not. But he dodged the question at the time, or he didn't reply, because you know, it's he doesn't want to actually analyze where his bias comes from. But yeah, it makes sense. The stupidity is fucking dripping. I'm mod right now, by the way. That's fine. I think why it's got crossed because those aren't my views at all regarding immigrants. Yeah, I do think a discussion around immigrants has been good. I do think our discussion around immigrants has been good. I do hope you have a bit more of a human take on immigrants after our conversation. This is why it's been worth it. I do hope. I sincerely do hope your smoke for immigrants, or even if you want to call them illegal immigrants, you know they're not coming here to do no crime. They aren't trying to do that. The illegal immigrant is basically non-visa. That's their fault. And also the damage they do is it's not material. The damage that people say they are net positive, they're good for communities, they want the best for themselves, they want the best for you. And I tell you one thing, fucking illegal immigrants that come in, massively love white people. Love white people like you wouldn't believe it. They're the nicest people. Like, honestly, it's crazy. It's crazy to me. I'm actually a brown person. I have brown cousins who come to this country. They see white people as fucking angels. They do. They love white people. When we go to our countries, they ask us what are white people like. Like, they fucking love white people. For some reason, some people have told you that brown people hate white people for some reason. They fucking don't. The only time a brown person or a white person won't love white people is when they read history. And when they come to the UK, they're here for 2-3 generations, and then we read about what the fuck has been going on, what the fuck the genocidal thing is going on. And that's not just white people genocide. Also, like the Turkish genocide, right? The Armenian genocide, the Nazi genocide, right? The Soviet oppression, right? We hate everyone. When you're educated, you no longer hate people for their skin. You hate them for their deeds, right? You hate an act. You don't hate the color of the skin. They are more prone. Like, brown people fucking love white people. The only brown people or the only white people who aren't fond of fuckery is who learn about genocide and who learn about colonialism. And that's fair at that point, right? Not everybody does it. Not everybody hates everyone, but they will hate the royal family. They'll be like, the royal family did some fucked up shit. Not country versus country, not type of people versus another type of people. You know what's crazy? Fucking countries are made up. Bro, we literally fucking put a border, we just fucking stretch that shit. I'm not saying get rid of borders, but we take it too fucking personally. We take it way too personally. This shit's not real. A British person, there is no two British people who are monolithic. Everybody's fucking unique. This whole, like, British people won't go somewhere and do some fuck shit. It's like, what the fuck do you know about British people? They might. We might do that shit. Do you know what I mean? There's no... You stop thinking about people as monoliths. No group of people are monolithic. None. No British people. Me and Reedy are both British. We're not monolithic. Me and my brother don't have the same standards. Me and my brother don't have the same views. Right? We're both fucking Asian. We're both brown. We're both like brown boys who get away with being white boys sometimes. Right? Like we're both fair. We both get along. We both got white friends. Like, it's not an issue for us. But at the same time, we have different worldviews altogether. So it doesn't matter if what you think about someone's from England or someone's from somebody else. All that really matters is the standard of the life the person is living. If someone is seeing a hard life, they would normally develop certain biases. This is why the standard of living needs to be improved for everyone. But when you get dollars, they love us all. Yeah. When you show a fucking person that's not from this country some currency, they'll go fucking crazy. Obviously they do. It improves their life. To be honest, I think it's a massively complex subject. We're trying to simplify too much. No, I don't think it is. No, I don't think it is. I think we're simplifying it to the right amount. And I don't think we've simplified it. I think we've had a nuanced conversation about it. I think we've spoken about it at length. We didn't simplify it. You said to a chatter earlier that we've been talking about this for an hour, and we have. So we haven't simplified it. We've spoken about immigration. I've told you why immigration isn't as bad as you told it is. And I've told you what the immigration sentiment actually is when they come into the country. You obviously not seen the English football hooligans? Smile. I mean, to be honest, hooligans from other countries are crazy too. So that's a hooligan thing. We honestly just have open borders. We should generally have. No, I don't think open borders is the way. I don't think open borders is the way. I do think borders serve a purpose, but I do think people immigrating and people migrating from not lesser, but underdeveloped countries is due to conflict and is due to corruption. No fault of this person of their own. Don't be like, this person was born in a certain country is because they deserve to live there. They are a contributing factor to their country. The reason why they come from a shit country is because they were there and made the country shit. When the people from the shit country come into our country, they're going to make the country shit. That's not how it works. It's the people who are affected by the standard of the country than it is the other way around. The people don't affect the standard of the country. It does when people become incredibly racist and anti-immigration and people become very bigoted, then you can destroy a country. But no normal person who is like, damn, I can't pay for food. I can't pay for electric, you know? I gotta go somewhere where my standard improves. Material conditions. The material conditions of a individual's life dictate the type of person they're going to be. The reason why we can have nuanced conversation, the reason why I can sit here as a brown person and say to white people that we're not all bad, right? Or say to white people we're not all bad, is because my material conditions have been good enough. They're not been fucking great. But material conditions, like, you know, I've got it. Okay, let me fucking rephrase that. I've got a very comfortable life. I've got an incredibly comfortable life. I have the access to information. I have access to education. My material condition is 100 times better than an illegal immigrant, if that's what we're going. Somebody who's trying to get out their country is gonna have the reason why they want to run away to a different country. Like, think about it. They want to leave the family behind. Right? They want to leave the family behind. They want to leave the place they were born behind. They want to leave their country behind. They want to leave their friends behind. They want to leave all those things. Why? Because their material conditions have made their mind so unsettled that they would leave all those things for a better life, for a better material condition. And that's basically it. That's why they're leaving. They're not coming to do crime. They're not coming to basically claim universal credit. They're not coming to just freeload on the NHS. They're not entitled to any of those things. They just want a better life. That's all. People don't complain about immigration from predominantly white countries because racist. I think people use it whenever they get pushback, right? I do think people do use it as pushback. Where if someone's coming from like illegally from America, right? They'll be like, it's okay. If somebody's coming illegally from Germany, they'll be like, it's okay, right? There's so many cases of that. But when you push back, the one thing they will fall back on is like, no. We don't want illegal immigrants altogether. It is a coping mechanism. But yeah, it is every time they see a brown person, they'll be like, can I see some papers, please? And when I see a white person, it's like, it's white passing, right? Because it's a racist ideology. The only way you can keep immigration control in the way you want to do it is you're going to go up to brown people and be like, this guy doesn't look like he's from here. Let me see some papers. That's basically it. How else are you going to do it? How else are you going to do it? People come into this country, all right? People are coming to this country. You make it impossible to get visas. You make it impossible for immigrants to be naturalized or get a pathway to being able to pay tax. Well, what are you going to do? You're going to run down? What are you going to fucking Gestapos? You're going to have Gestapos running up on me? Fucking Gestapos be like, yo, streamer man, show me your papers. It's scare tactic. The people coming over are new to you and they'll tell you to be afraid of what you don't know. The women at my Woba only checks receipts for brown people. Yeah, it is a scare tactic. The news does use it quite a bit as that. I have a Nintendo Switch 2 and curved 5K monitor. Sick. Sick. Ignoring years of colonization effects and blaming the people is just great. Yeah, the material conditions of the country being bad is directly got to do with colonialism, imperialism around the world, and then we complain about migration. It's fucking rich. It is fucking rich. But again, we're stuck on A's and B's, man. We're stuck on A's and B's. Yeah, I agree. Nominate a candidate for PM and don't say Nigel. For PM, I wouldn't say anybody. I wouldn't say anybody directly, but the main issues I want to see addressed is homelessness. I think homelessness is a big issue in the UK and is growing and it's really bad. Homelessness actually leads to crime. Homelessness leads to crime, and homelessness leads to sickness and whatever you want to say. The NHS is such that if someone gets rushed into the A&E, they will treat them and later on they will try to charge them for it, and then they will figure out this person is here illegally, and then the process of the person's death will start, but they will still treat them. So homelessness for me is something I want to see addressed. I also want the education and the NHS to be addressed. The people who are addressing these things will have my attention. The people who are going to tell me immigration is the biggest problem and the hotels where immigrants are being held are the biggest problem, we need to burn those hotels down, are fucking stupid. Homeless, and I want more job creation. I think the job creation is true, but the job creation does lead us back into neoliberalism. And what we did last time to solve the job solution was the fact that we made billionaires in control of everything, right? More business, more jobs, more better economy doesn't actually really work. So I actually want to see the standard of life to improve, right? I know jobs are going to get replaced by AI. That's going to happen. If you create more jobs are going to get replaced by AI. That's something we need to see how it's going to play out. I think if you deal with the joblessness, and it's a big problem and we definitely need to deal with that as well, but I do think if we start tackling it and then AI comes in and then the jobs are then destroyed again, we're going to spend a lot of time just doing something in a transitional phase. Socialism is needed. I think the standard of life needs to improve for everybody, for rich people too. Rich people don't want to see homeless people, right? I mean, the good rich people don't. The evil rich people are like, yeah, let's fuck it. More poor people, please, right? But you know, reasonable people don't want people to be homeless. They don't want people going without healthcare. I think the NHS needs to improve. I think they need to have better funding. And I know this sounds, but I do want the NHS to receive better funding, better running. I don't think the NHS should be run as a business. I don't think they should be like cutting back on every expense they're doing. I don't think so. But I do want to take a look at some of the contracts in the NHS. Now, I've done some deep diving, right? Some of the contracts that get given in the NHS, the laundry, the catering, does seem to be very suspect. Now, I'll tell you why. I don't whenever you talk about the NHS, you should never make the argument that we need to investigate where the money is going. We do. The investigation is the politicians who are getting money from billionaires give the contracts of the NHS catering and the cleaning of the sheets to companies that are exploiting the NHS. They are extracting the money towards them, so there's less money given to the actual working staff, right? This is the nuanced argument towards look at the NHS. It's not look at the NHS, where can we make cuts? We need to stop firing all the doctors from the UK and start bringing only immigrant doctors in who would be able to do the job for less. No, that's not. Pay. The budget of the NHS needs to go on the working staff, needs to go on the equipment, needs to go on the PPE. I want this to be very clear. I haven't said this before because I'm always skeptical. If I say we need to look at the NHS, people are going to be like, no, they're going to fucking gut it. That's not what we want. We want to look at the contracts that are being given to the friends of politicians who are extracting, because you can set the price. You can set the price. If a politician is going to give you the contract, no matter what, if a politician says, if I win the election, I will give you the contract for the hospital, right? And all the sheets are going to be done with you and all the catering is going to be done by you. You need to make it sure that you spend this much money on or if I win, so it's that guy's incentive to make him win. All of a sudden you have this corruption, right? The corruption from NHS needs to go because it's the corruption, not the immigrants. It's the corruption that is destroying the NHS. So many people will tell you the funding towards the NHS is massive. We spend an absorbent amount on the NHS, but it's the corruption that's killing it, right? So this is the argument we need to have. When we look away from the corrupt politicians and when we look away from the corrupt billionaires who are extracting money in this way, and we look at immigrants, we are missing these fixes. If we don't make these fixes, things are going to keep getting worse. You can keep stopping immigrants coming in. The NHS will keep getting worse. You agree billionaires shouldn't exist. I don't care if they exist. I think it's fine if they exist. They exist, they exist. What am I going to do? Go fucking shoot them? I don't care. I want there to be a percentage on the wealth of a billionaire, right? Like, if they exist. How they got there? I don't think billionaires become billionaires by ethical means, right? That's what I do believe. I don't think someone can become so absorbently rich. Now, what's her name? AOC mentioned this in one of her speeches. She got bare shit for it, right? Is no one can get to $1 billion. And I know there's going to be a lot of billionaires going to be like, not my billionaire. My billionaire's fucking amazing. No, you're a billionaire too. No billionaire can acquire that amount of money ethically. They have to do unethical shit. Even if the unethical shit is literally dodging tax. Because if you are paying the right amount of tax, you wouldn't get to that amount. And if you did, the standard of the life would fucking be insanely good. And it's not, right? The wealth disparity is so bad. The material conditions are so bad, right? That you can't make an argument that the billionaire made their money legally. It just doesn't work. You listen to OOC. Dude, don't listen to OOC. Bro, I don't give a fuck who said it. I don't care. I don't care who said it. Calm the fuck down. She said it. Billionaires, whenever they acquire this level of wealth, is never done ethically. That's the point. Never be like, I hate this person, right? Anything that comes out from here, I hate this person. Listen to what they're saying, right? Only reactionary people, only people who are actually don't like people for the color of their skins. I don't want to keep calling people racist, but there's no other word. Only bigots say things like, one person said one thing, that's where everything they said is bad, right? Again, no amount of wealth that's generated to that level is done ethically. A billionaire being a billionaire when somebody's homeless, it shouldn't be happening. She's hot but crazy stupid. Okay, that's gonna get you banned. That will get you banned. Like, being sexist will get you banned. I know you're a fucking troll, but don't be a fucking idiot. Like, that's a bit cringe. I'm not gonna lie. That is a bit cringe. That's cringe as fuck. Like, I won't ban you for a lot of things, but like, being weird and being cringe might get you banned. That's one thing that is a little bit fucking off-putting to me. I mean, racism is off-putting too, but I'm brown. Like, I've dealt with racism a lot. Like, people being racist is like, you know, fucking, it happens. It's a shame. But, like, people being sexist, that's where I draw the line. That's when you're going for someone that's not me. But yeah, too many loopholes in the UK tax law. You could argue some of it's done that way on purpose for the super rich. Yes, a lot of it is done for the super rich, and obviously the incentive is the billionaire makes more money, he gives more money to the politician then makes it so the billionaire makes more money, right? That's the deal here, really. That's exactly the deal. The politician is getting money to win election, becoming richer, right? By the corporate money they're receiving for advocating for the things they do. If they actually end up winning, or even if they end up losing, they're going to still brainwash a lot of people along the way, right? Elon Musk being a massive funder towards reform, right? Same sort of thing. He did that with MAGA. He did it towards reform. He's doing it for Tommy Robinson too. I think Tommy Robinson's massive as well. So, yeah. We found the cure. Stop the corruption. You can't. I have seen countries that, you know, just the corruption is irreversible. Like, it's very, very difficult. I do believe it. Like, the other day, somebody knocked my door and they were like, yo, what do you think about the UK? Do you think it's ever going to improve? I was like, fuck yeah. The fucking UK is incredible. The UK is so good. There's so many elements of the UK that are amazing. And we can fix it. It's not untenable. Fixing the UK isn't untenable. We can definitely make change. We can definitely fix it. Democracy is fucking goated. Yeah, we have the monarchy, but nobody cares about them, right? Definitely can improve the standard of the living of people, right? We need to deal with the corruption. We need to have better people in charge. We need to focus on the right problems, because if you're focusing on distractions, it's not going to get better. If we focus on actual problems, if we stop being fixated on the wrong problems and on distractions, we can then talk about what the actual problems are. And when we deal with the actual problems, things will start getting better. Imagine your PM is Katie Hopkins. Yeah, Katie is pretty pretty crazy. Katie Hopkins is like, would you say like Katie Hopkins is like Piers Morgan on steroids, or is Piers Morgan or Katie Hopkins on steroids? I think Piers does a good job in presenting himself. Like, he's more of a grifter. I feel like he's a better grifter. Katie is less of a grifter. There are 1,135 billionaires in 3,144 countries in the US. Counties in the US. That's 2.77 counties per billion. That's insane. Counties. So you're saying you're averaging every 3 counties there's a billionaire? Mad. Make every billionaire responsible for the well-being, healthcare, education, basic infrastructure of 3 counties. Think a billionaire could make a substantial difference if focused on 3 counties. I bet they could. 100%. 100%. And here's the thing, right? Okay, final thing. When we do get our shit, and when we do get our ducks in order, and we do say we are gonna basically hold the billionaires to the correct amount of tax they should be paying and stop tax avoiding, right? When we start doing that, and then we also stop the corruption of the politicians giving the contracts back to the billionaires, when we stop all of that, when it's done legally, do you really think billionaires aren't going to make money? You think if everything was legit, billionaires would all of a sudden not be mega rich? There will be. There will, like, don't feel bad for the person who's made money. If the taxation system fixes itself and we start redistributing wealth in a non-corrupt way, because that's what, there's a lot of very rich people who don't want to give more money in tax is because they know the corrupt politicians are going to give it to the other billionaires. There's not many of these, and I don't say this often. There is a lot of really rich people who are very concerned that when they give tax, it doesn't move the needle. It doesn't improve. It doesn't improve the living standard of the people who we want this money to go to. It's just going to go to fucking politicians. And this is where we come in with our voting. This is why democracy wins. This is why I say immigration isn't that important, right? Because if you're going to vote for a dumb fuck who thinks immigration is important and not holding billionaires who are corrupt and politicians who are corrupt to account, you're going to miss this. You're not going to be aligned. We're not going to get the right change we need. There is plenty of people who are very rich, who are very charitable, who are very words miss me all the time around chat. I always do this. The people who give a lot of money away, philanthropists. There's so many philanthropists. Now, a lot of philanthropists are doing it for show. I get that, everything. I'm not trying to fucking big up rich people here. I'm just saying there is a lot of people, not even mega rich, but even mediumly rich people who say we want to pay good taxes. We want the standard of life to improve. But if the taxes increase and they just go to politicians' pockets, that's not going to benefit anybody. That's where you fucking vote. That's when you don't vote for racist cunts. This is when you vote for actual issues. You don't vote for people who are going to say immigration is the biggest problem, because it's not. It's not going to fix anything, right? The biggest problem is actually the corruption. Vote for people who want the best. Vote for the people who say they're going to improve the NHS by actually taxing rich people. That's the only way. That's the only way you can say to somebody you're going to fix the life. If you say we're going to fix the NHS, but we're going to do it by stopping immigrants, you're basically saying you're going to do the right thing, but you're not going to be able to achieve it because you're going to do it the wrong way, right? There's only one way to achieve it, right? This is where the voting comes in. We have to vote for the right people. No democracy to be found here, I'm sorry. You can tax them 50% and they'd still be well off. Yes, they would still have a load of money. They'll still have a load of money. But my point was, when you do start taxing and when you do start holding politicians accountable, and when the taxation system is unavoidable and it's correct and it's fair, you will see billionaires will still have load of money. The reason why billionaires cry about taxation and the reason why they avoid tax is not because they will be poor if they paid it, is because they're fucking greedy. They're greedy. They want more money. They don't want that money to go back, right? They're out there. There are, again, some millionaires that don't do it for other reasons. So maybe those billions are excusing themselves, right? They're coping. They're like, we don't give taxes because if you gave it, it'll be corrupt anyway, right? That's what they'll say. And when it's not corrupt, they'll make a different excuse not to pay it, right? So we need to vote for the right people. Every year, the counties get to vote for the billionaire that's doing the worst job, and that billion loses their money. No advertising. Publicity can only be done through good deeds, and the deed must be larger than the cost of the publicity for the deed by percentage, because you shouldn't be a billionaire if the people you're responsible for, the people who you build your business, are starving. I mean, I think rather than electing a king as a billionaire, or having it like that, they should be able to vote on, you should be able to vote on the policies of the county, right? What do you want the policies of the county to look like? But yeah, it's pretty fair as a solution to kind of move towards having more responsibility of billionaires. The worker owns the means of production. 51 state. Game show mentality. The corruption is systematic. Yeah. Fines for traffic violations are calculated based on the money earned. Smile. That wouldn't replace government. That's on top of the existing government. Yeah, like we have in the UK, like a council. Like we have like the local council, then we have the county council, then we have the government. The council in my city is pretty bad. Anyway, I'm gonna call it there for today. Holy shit. I'm a political streamer who streams Raid Shadow Legends. Let it be known. All right, listen, this went on for a while. That's what we call the show, the Billionaire Council. All right, folks. I'm gonna head on out. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate you guys. I'll catch you guys in the next stream. I'm fucking tired. I'm exhausted, bro. I should just shut up and play Raid. Oh my god. I think it was a good conversation, though. I do think it's a really good conversation to be had. Obviously, not everybody is gonna like it, but it's good. I think it's helpful. I think it's helpful for you guys to know my worldview, and maybe, you know, hearing a different worldview can maybe make you question your own, or make you maybe reinforce your own, or rethink your own. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Is Raid Reset tomorrow, right? So we'll do some arena. We won't talk about politics tomorrow. We'll actually do some arena. We'll actually chill and do some resetting. But thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for hearing me out. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow, chat. Have a good one. Peace.